We're live.
So, hello all. How are you? Greetings from Hack the Box. Today we have another Battlegrounds tournament that is very exciting, I have to say, because of the amazing players, because of the amazing hosts, and of course of the amazing Valentine's heartbreak themed. So, in order to inform all of our viewers about the theme of this tournament, so last year on Valentine's, we had an open tournament that everyone could join, and it was two versus two. And it was happening on Valentine's. Actually, in fact, the winner could choose to get or either a Tinder Gold subscription or an Amazon gift card. Everyone preferred Amazon. I like that you believe in, on-site flirting or anything. So yes, and we decided that this year, because things have changed, times have passed, those top eight couples that won last year's tournament to battle each other this year, and see who is going to be who. We'll love a hacking cockerel, so that's why our motto for this year and our custom stickers that will be for everyone the Swagster, it says "Hacking will tear us apart." And we have also for the winners a custom Battlegrounds chocolate. So yes, I think it's going to be one of the most exciting events just because of the theme.
Hello
And the
all, how
boxes
are
are
you? Greetings
themed with
from Hack the
love and
Box.
heartbreak. And our amazing challenge that it was released on Monday, it was about heartbreak again. A hacker broke into their significant other um, computer and they hacked them, but then the other person understood, and you had to do a forensic analysis to understand what of your stuff have been compromised. And we had amazing prizes for the challenge, as we have today also. So do you want guys to introduce yourselves? And by the way, I'm Soti, Red Runner Community Manager, I forgot. Of Hack the Box.
And hey, well, I raised my hand and hit the mic. Do it the other hand. I'm Ipsec. Hopefully you guys know me. If you've watched any Hack the Box video, chances are you watched my video. I've been doing them probably 3 or 4 years, maybe longer. Time flies. But yeah, that's enough about me. Let's get on to John.
Hi. Yeah, I'm John. Again, hopefully some of you might know me. Here in the cybersecurity, here in the hacking community, having a lot of fun with video write-ups, video walkthroughs, tutorials, and stuff like that. But I did not know all these super awesome kind of twists and kind of cool things that we're doing for this Hack the Box tournament and the Battlegrounds here. And I love this whole allure of the Valentine's Day kind of storyline, and the chocolates looking incredible. I'm pretty excited and I love those, and we're gonna have a ton of fun as we always do.
Yes, and we're going to have amazing prizes as well. Pause for reaction. We have the total of the prizes is about almost $7K, and of course, with us we have today our sponsor Sneak and our supporter Raven that will send out some amazing hoodies and jerseys to the winners. And of course, to everyone that is in the chat, 10 people will win an 100% discount code and for a limited amount of time that custom Hack the Box Raven hoodie. It will be 40% off on the Swagster. So yeah, I think it's amazing.
And do we want to get into the players?
For sure. Do you want me to present them or do you want Ipsec or John?
Yeah,
Whatever
I
you want.
can present them. Apologies for the sloppy cut there, putting the graphic up. I was trying to get a different scene. Didn't have it ready, so I just covered my webcam so you can't see me for the time being. But this is a 1v1 tournament, and we have a total of 16 players, I believe. Let me double check.
Yes.
Yep, 16 players. And each of them rounds is 20 minutes. And the finals round going to be 30 minutes long. And it's just single elimination, so it should be pretty simple in that fact. And if you've watched our other tournaments, we do have one big improvement this time. That is a sudden death mode. So if 20 minutes elapses and no one scores a flag, the game will just go an extra 1 to 10 minutes, depending on if someone submits a flag. And first flag submission, the match is over. The players, we have, I think that's Bug Bite as 0xbb00 and versus
Yes.
Chibaz, Enoch versus Koran, and I believe they used to be teammates on the 2 versus 2 tournaments, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yes.
Breathadair versus Legacy. I guess that's his name. I hope I don't mispronounce anything. These hacker names are heard as we get into the next player, PyOX73, and that's probably some type of ASCII code, maybe. I don't know what 73 would be, but something in hex. Then we have just Ahmed. He's playing against Pi. Soup versus Freddy. Hojan versus Charm. My Donut versus Sysmex. And that's going to be a really good one. I believe My Donut and Sysmex won the Battlegrounds last time, maybe 2 Battlegrounds ago.
Yes.
Both of those names super familiar, and we're putting those right up at the front to make sure they play each other. Then we have Smart Man versus Fancy Kitten. So I know who I want to see. I want to see My Donut versus Sysmex first. Who do you want to see, John?
I am right there with you, and I feel bad. We always tend to be crowding towards that scene and that fight, but it's just so cool. Both of them they're always doing incredible stuff. We got to be bouncing around to some of the others just as well.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's really hard not to watch, like, a match that could be the finals starting
Absolutely.
off.
Yes, exactly. Because we have, this is the whole concept. Like, okay, I know it's difficult to do battle when you are so close with someone and it's always your hacking buddy. I know I couldn't do it. I would turn that down as an offer because, okay, hacking and friendship might be something else. But I don't know. For me, it's a little bit cruel, but we did it. So you guys, although I know you are friends, would you ever be interested to do something like that? Battle it out?
Everyone is asking.
I know.
We're never going to get away from it. We're never going to escape it.
And I ask at every stream.
I don't know, Imp. What are you thinking? It's going to be bloody. I'm going to get slaughtered, man.
I don't think it'll be fair, mainly because if we play, it would probably have to be on a retired machine, and I know them. Like, I played Battlegrounds often, so...
No, we would create an event just for you guys. And we could have a very funny outcome out of it. Like, what does the loser do? So, for example, it will go on the other person's Twitter, I would say Instagram, but if you don't have one, and say something embarrassing about themselves. Or it could be assisting his videos for a month, I don't know, adding subtitles or something. We can create something funny. Or wear a t-shirt that if, for example, John beats Ip would have to wear a t-shirt at the next tournament. I love John Hammond. I heard JH.
I mean, I'd wear that t-shirt even if, like, I didn't have to.
I would just as equivocally wear
That doesn't sound like a punishment. Shirt. I mean, I also know John likes putting on t-shirts. There was a video on his channel a few days ago where he put on a t-shirt for every donation.
Oh,
man.
Really? I haven't seen that one.
It was so goofy. It was so dumb. We'll totally banter about that in a bit, but I'm so glad you called me out on that.
So have you planned also outfits for today, or it will be like that?
Hopefully I'm just going to be maintaining the single one Hack the Box shirt.
Okay. As I say, I'm the only one that tried to make a little bit Valentine's my theme. Some pink, etc. For sure. I'm going now to give the codes to the players so we can kickstart the event. And I will ping you guys when you're ready. I can be still in the stream. I will just distributing codes from this room.
Yep, just make sure to mute the thing in case Slack goes off on your end. But stay in the channel, because if you leave this hangout, then John's webcam's going to get all wacky.
I'm not leaving.
I just like fly away to the other side of the
screen. You will be live. You will be flying like, how is Eros?
Cupid.
The god of goodness, like Cupid. Yes.
We're gonna have too much fun with this whole Valentine's Day gimmick.
Yes, I know. It's nice to have the themes always to this kind of things. So I'm going to give the codes. Bye, guys.
So I guess it's just us, John.
All right, my friend. Well, hey, it's awesome as always to be able to hang out with you. I know we're going to get into our shenanigans. I know we're going to get into what we always do when we do this live, and it is live.
Yeah.
Gentle reminder to everyone listening in. I remember you just apologized right up front, like, "Hey, sorry for that. Sorry for that bad cut or transition right there." Like, hey, man, we're just putting this thing together from the seat of our pants here.
Yeah. I mean, if you could see my monitors right now, maybe I'll tweet out after the event. It's like
Yes.
crazy. Like Discord has to take up 1.2 monitors. Then my Google Hangouts with John's and Roadrunner's cam takes up another monitor, and then like I'm left with one monitor of things to do to like maintain the stream with like Twitch chat, OBS to change transitions, my little like putty terminal so I can view scores and make sure the scores get updated on the screen. It's
Nice.
it's not pretty.
I absolutely want to see that picture, man, and I hope you're updating that. I hope you upload.
So, while we start off, the games are going to be started soon. Roadrunner sending out the codes, and after that, it probably takes about 5 to 10 minutes for the game to start, as long as the players start the match quickly. So, while we're talking, you posted a video not too long ago calling yourself not a hacker.
Ooh.
Let's go on that take.
You throw me under the bus right away, buddy.
It's how we start.
Cool. I dig it. No, I love it. We were bantering before we just jumped on the live show here, and Ip had said, like, I'm totally gonna end up, poking the bear, bringing up that concept of like, do you call yourself a hacker? Do you not call yourself a hacker? And when we jump into a hacking Battlegrounds tournament on Hack the Box, it's got to be a conversation. So. If folks, can I fill in kind of the background there? Is that all right?
Or completely
so,
feel free.
I had posted a video on my YouTube channel with the title, "Don't Call Yourself a Hacker." And it's been wild to see sort of, in my mind, a little bit of polarizing discussion and differing opinions on that. Because I took the vantage point that, like, hey, you don't just sort of cast and plunge yourself into that title and decree that you are this thing. I think it's a cool thing to kind of put an effort and show that you do stuff that, hey, you're interested and fascinated in this whole hacking cybersecurity stuff. And then you sort of earn that, or your work shows it for you, and you don't have to just broadcast that out to the ether. Interesting, I hope, perspective, but one perspective just as well. You may also just consider yourself, hey, I'm a musician because I play guitar or something of the like. And there are a lot of cool, interesting, fascinating reaction videos that have come from that and spawned from that. And I'm super interested, Ip, to kind of get your hot take.
Yeah, my main thing is, like, I don't view hacking as a security thing, right? I view it more as just doing something to bend the rules to make it better suit you. So, like, for example, we have a blog on Hack the Box, and a lot of the posts didn't conform to the, like, how I would expect a title would be. They were more like sentences. By that meaning, like, not camel case, where the first letter of each word is capitalized, right? And we have like 50 blog posts or something crazy. And it would have been a lot of effort to go through each blog post and capitalize that one letter, right? Like, that's not something we anticipated before creating the blog, so we don't have that feature. So what I did is I just wrote up a Python thing, and I was like, well, the blog post goes in like blog/edit/1/2/3/4, and I can go pull the title once I hit the blog page. And once I do that, I can just resubmit the title how I want it in Python. And instead of editing 50 things, I can just run a script, write it in like 5 minutes, and it does the job for me. And I viewed that kind of like a hacking thing, right? Because it didn't give me that ability to do it, but I could bend the will of the computer and command it to do it for me. And that's like in a bunch of other things. It doesn't really just have to be hacking, because hacking didn't come out. Like, the hacking term, I think, came out before computers even began, right?
Totally.
And it's not like taking an axe and hacking a tree, right? It's just like having a weird solution that fixes a problem. Like, I have a projector in the basement that suddenly goes unlevel every now and then, so I got a few weights and put a few weights on a corner of it to like counterbalance it and keep it level. Like, that's a hacky solution. It's not a good solution, but like, that's like the hacker mindset, I think. Right?
And I agree. And I love that. And I'm really glad that you kind of took that perspective because Oh, I don't know if Sodi, I saw her raise a hand in the.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I raised my hand in order to inform you that codes have been given out and that the matches are starting actually. So we are ready.
Let's
And
dive
sorry
in.
for interrupting, John.
No. This is the real stuff here. Let's do it.
Yep, I'm getting the game ID 573.
I'll go back to that theme and that trend after we're seeing, the fireworks go off.
Okay, I think I'm good. We're just waiting on the match to be spawned. So if you want to keep talking and go about how you consider that, John.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking and trying to see everyone getting set up. I see a couple people, getting HTTP servers, getting their terminal set, bringing up the game, but no action yet from what I see.
Yeah.
No, I was just talking about that idea kind of along the same lines you were, that like hacking in its word it doesn't have to be strictly forward-facing, offensive, adversarial, pen test, bug bounty, ethical hacking stuff, right? I feel like some of the examples that you just alluded to were very sysadmin-like in a way, because hey, you just tampered or automated something to make your life better and easier. Very IT professional, cybersecurity, sysadmin professional like, which is totally exactly hacking. And us doing blue team work and defense is still, in a weird way, in my mind, hacking. It doesn't have to be that pure red team strict pen test bug bounty stuff.
Yeah, and like one of my other favorite examples is like Jason oh, the game started. Transition. There we go.
Rolling.
So we're rolling. We'll probably continue that thought later on this video, or not video, but stream. That's weird to say. But we have the game going. So this is going to be Sysmex versus Donut, two people that were on the same team, and 1-2 versus 2. And I think my Donut won a 1 versus 1 tournament as well.
You did.
But yeah, they are going. So we are looking at my Donut screen. I'm going to hop over to Sysmex to see exactly what he is doing. And it looks like they're still just setting up their terminals. Oh, wait. Nope, mount. So there was a mount. It looks like a open NFS share. Is that what you saw?
Like it. Yep. I'm seeing the same. Hey, trying to check out if we do have any NFS shares opened up. Box name looks to be illogical. Or, sorry, illogical.
Yeah, illogical. And let's see. Just waiting there, waiting for players to run. You may notice they don't start off with Nmap all the time, and that is because this is a attack and defend tournament. So they can just log into their own castle because each castle is the same for each player, and then get the ports that way. So let's hop over to my Donut to see what's going on. So we see at the top of the screen, I don't think he's already got root on his opposing castle, on his opponent's castle. So this is him just looking at the processes, kind of doing that blue team thing at figuring out what's going on. And there's a process called Bitcoin D. Did I see that right?
I think so.
So this is going to be interesting if there is indeed some type of Bitcoin like chain process. I'm kind of curious exactly what that is. He was looking at the cron tab. Now he's going to go into various other crons to make sure there's no scheduled task that run. He may create a scheduled task to like add his key back in case his opponent gets in and tries to lock him out of the castle. But yeah, we're just right now, he's going in to do that NFS mount. We noticed I say he, we're in my Donut screen, specifies -T NFS. I don't think Sysmex did, just because the mount command's kind of smart enough to figure that out on its own. And he's going to run the show mount command, and show mount is going to just query the RPC service and show like the configuration of NFS. See what IPs can mount it. It also shows if, I think it's version 3 or maybe version 2 that is vulnerable. And one of the old versions of NFS, it's actually up to the client to send the UID back to the NFS server. So
wow,
you can just mount the NFS server and then be like, you know what, I'm now root, and write to a root file, right? Like, it's based upon your local box. It's really trippy. Like, you try to read a file if you don't like, if you're not sudo, and you'd be like, permission denied. And you'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to do SU and type in my root password, switch to root on my machine, and boom, now I can read the file. So
That I gotta say, I always learn something new whenever we're just chatting and doing these streams together. Because I know when you do some NFS mounts and NFS exporting, I know there's one like the Squash FS or No Root
Yeah.
Squash something.
Yep.
That's not the same thing, is that?
No, what Squash FS or like No Root does, it remaps 0 to nobody. So that way, like, you can still like impersonate other users, right? Like if they export their home directory and like there's a user with ID 1001 and you're 1000, if you create 1001 on your machine, you can go into their home directory and mess with those files.
Just be that. Okay, wow.
But all Squash Root does is squashes root permissions, not other users.
Gotcha. Those NFS things are wild. Lots of weird gimmicky stuff in there.
So I'm going to hop over to Sysmex, see what he's doing.
Cool.
And I wonder if he's on a different monitor or something, because he's still just on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Wait. Pulled something down.
Throwing up a terminal to grab something. Getting SSH authorized keys. Be able to do quick SSH with the private key. I want to go back and I'm hoping we'll see that Bitcoin or blockchain service again. I think that would be a wild thing for Valentine's Day if we're faking, hey, someone hacked into their significant other, they hacked back. That's got to be, hey, we're going to end up grabbing like wallet addresses and doing shenanigans on Solana. I don't know. Bitcoin or Litecoin JSON RPC. I don't know.
That is a weird one. So we have him resetting his own machine. Maybe he screwed something up trying to harden it. So gonna reset it. Let's check out what Donut is doing. So he's actually, I saw a web page for a second. They went back to the scoreboard. Come on. There was a web page. There we go.
And that revert does take some points away, does it not? I see a -50 on the board now.
Yes, reverting does take some points. So that's going to be crazy if no one submits a flag and that reverts the thing that does it. I'm really glad the points are working. Like I was like, I really hope I did the script correctly to put the points up.
Well, hey, I see my donut is actually just Googling, kind of enumerating, trying to see, is there a Bitcoin D exploit? What is this thing? But that does look like it is Bitcoin 0.21.0.
Yeah, the funny thing about this is, like, Bitcoin probably just took all the players by, like, surprise, because, like, I'm going to go attack this. But most Battlegrounds machines have, like, 4 different ways in. I haven't seen this, like, I have no knowledge of these machines beforehand, so I can't guarantee they have 4 ways in. But historically, they always did, right? So,
and I will echo and reiterate that for, again, anyone listening in. We add this disclaimer every time because it helps save us from not looking too dumb. But we don't know anything about these boxes. We're in the exact same, hey, going in cold perspective as the players are, as you are as the audience. We are learning just by watching, just like everyone else.
Yeah. My main focus of this would probably be, like, I didn't see either player do it. I would run linpeas on myself, right?
Ooh.
Because that tells me everything that's interesting about the box. Other users, like...
Absolutely.
I use that as a hardening guide, right? Like, everyone says attackers only have to win once. And it's easier for the attackers, right? Yeah. But on the defender's side, like... you have access to pretty much all the attacker's tools because most of them use open source things. For an attacker to go against your environment, defenders mainly use a lot of like proprietary commercial stuff. So it's not easy for an attacker to replicate the defender's environment as it is for the defender to replicate the attacker's tools. And like, if the attacker's going to run linpeas on your system, you should know what that output looks like, right? Like you see something in your Splunk, Elastic, Graylog, whatever, that command linpeas.sh was ran. You should be like, huh, what did he see? And you shouldn't ask yourself that question. You should just know, right?
Right.
So
I'm super stoked that you mentioned the whole, the attackers only have to be right once, while the defenders have to be right 1,000 times. Because it's, I think, common phrase and idiom's not the right word, but just something that's said now in the whole security thought leadership channels and people talking about this thing. Again, blue team, red team, etc. And it's cool when we start to parrot that or kind of go against the grain on that when no, and your statement in there is that like, sure, a hacker, a pen tester, a threat actor, they are in the environment. You now have, as defenders, the home field advantage. Like they're on your turf. All your stuff should, hey, you've got the windows boarded up. You've got like the alarms and sensors and bells and whistles ready to go off because it's your battlefield now.
Yeah, like one great thing I love doing is creating fake objects in Active Directory.
Ooh.
And when Bloodhound will either like query its LDAP or DNS entry, like that's when I send an alert off, right? Like
yeah.
I create that fake object and I'm like, hey, if anyone like tries to investigate this object, I may even give that object administrative permissions just because I want it to be more attractive. Like, let me know. And no,
are you big on that whole cyber deception and sort of honeypot ideas? Excellent.
I love like whenever like an external website gets taken down, I love spinning up a fake one and using that as a honeypot. Because like all your users should have got the memo that that VPN endpoint or that website's decommissioned, right? Who's not going to get that memo? The attackers, unless like they're reading all the emails. But at that point, you're pretty much assigning an attacker per user in your environment, right? They're not going to read day-to-day memos. They're after, unless like that's what they're after, but it's rare that they are. And looks like there's a cron with a reverse TCP shell. Is that what we're seeing here?
I am seeing that. I'm trying to see the transparent background. It looks like they're, hey, some folks had got some points on the board. I can't tell if that's, hey, a flag submission or not, truthfully, but that looked like a reverse shell IP address. Definitely.
Yeah, it could be a reverse shell back to himself to make sure he doesn't. Oh, no, he's killing it. Yep. So there was some exploit we missed. But
all right, well, hey.
The points could also just be uptime, right? Like totally. It may not be a flag submission. I was looking at Donut Screen. I never saw him actually submit it unless he has some command line utility to do that. But as long as your service is up, you still get points. But we are back to a tie game at 150-150.
Which is wild and awesome because we know we started with, hey, a -50 handicap for kind of rolling back a machine.
Yeah, so Sysmex, I'm looking at the in-depth stats that I have access to. It's in like that small putty window I mentioned before.
Excellent.
But both players have 100 earned points. Sysmex has -50 for his reset points, but he also has 100 for availability, while my donut has 50 for availability. So that reset was kind of a mulligan, right?
Yeah.
He took down a service, lost 50 points, but because he reset to bring the service back up, he gained those points back. And my donut lost the 50 and just never gained them back. So even match.
And with that, hey, even if we're just gaming on the availability points, we're still going to see another availability cycle, are we not? And someone might overtake if, hey, one's moving at 50 while the other's moving at 100.
Yeah, I mean, Sysmex may win that one. We joked about like if there's no flag submissions, he could lose, but we forgot. Hey, this is both an attack and defense thing, and he may be the better defender and may win because of that. So here we are looking at Donut take out the flag check. He's trying to get those availability points back. So he's going to run the commands and try to get that really quick. I'm going to hop over to Sysmex to see exactly what he is doing.
Wait, now that we are maybe more than halfway through the game, is there anyone else we want to show some love to? Are there any other players and teams that hey, check out what Just Ahmed is doing, check out what Freddie's up to?
Well, if I do that, then my titles don't work, right?
Oh, you're right. Give someone else some love for the next game. Ooh, I saw PwnKit file name. Trying to do a little Privesk with PwnKit.
That's what it looked like, at least just checking it. The annoying thing with PwnKit, though, is one of those, like, how do you detect if it's vulnerable? Because the actual PK-exec binary doesn't display a new version.
Right. And that was the most frustrating thing, truth be told. It's like, man, I'm just sort of driving blind. If I fire this exploit, it's a hope.
And thankfully, the exploit itself is relatively safe, so you don't really like a failed exploit doesn't take
Right.
the system down.
Yeah, and that was just wild because it's just like, hey, you're checking out the file system, making sure you're staging the environment right, and then just plopping something in. Are you seeing this Bitcoin and RPC password Bitcoin?
Yeah. So maybe it's going to be a default credential.
Trying to see what he could do with this. I don't know if this is going to end up just, hey, you run a command, here's some shell access from remote endpoint, but that would be wild.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that both players got the first flag not by a reverse shell, but by NFS. Like they mounted it and then catted flag, and then both players took away NFS. I'm going to like also guess that My Donut like deleted the flag or changed the NFS, like disabled NFS, where Sysmex just like changed it to be version 4 only, right? Did something like that to prevent that impersonation. So
looks like it is part of that service check script verifying the RPC password and RPC user.
Yep.
So,
and here we go, the NFS export. So it's running a show mount against localhost and making sure that home Barbara is exported, right? So there are a few ways you can harden that. Like NFS is very much a like you can do 2 ACLs. You can do it on usernames if it's NFS v4, but in NFS v3, you can also specify which hosts are allowed to connect to the NFS server. I think we removed IP tables and UFW on these boxes, so you can't do it through the firewall, but you can just do it through the Etsy exports file to just say, hey, only this host can access the NFS share. And in this case, you'd want to be 127.0.0.1 because that's where the bot is running to check.
doing some quick Googling.
Yep, he's looking at exports. So root barber changing really quick. Again, I think he is making sure he doesn't lose availability points, trying to get the check to find out exactly how. He's making Barbara's directory read only.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good fix.
Yeah, so
just in case.
A player probably could have like looked at Barbara's UUID, which is probably going to be 1000 and 1001. I would guess 1001 just because UIDs start at 1000. And when they mounted it, they didn't just immediately have access to Barbara. So they probably had to switch to 1001 or use a weird Python program for NFS. I forget its name, but there is a weird bug in it where it randomly deletes files. So I normally don't use it. I just create the user and do it. But I'm guessing that's how they got the flag.
Well, I am just now seeing, hey, you've got 250 on the board versus 200.
Yep, as you predicted.
That availability point is taking him out. You can see the machine unhealthy on the My Donut side.
Well, both sides now.
Oh, goodness.
Both teams are losing availability points, just trying to figure out how to harden NFS. And NFS is a tricky service. Like, the only reason I know so much about it because I dedicated like a month to researching it when I was a sysadmin to like prevent it from being vulnerable. Like, there's so many different gotchas, and like version 4 is great, but there's so many cases that just version 4 did not work. Like, a lot of services that you wouldn't expect use NFS. So, for example, a printer, right? The printer may not have NFS version 4. If it doesn't, then you're just kind of screwed, and you have to allow it. You may be saying, why allow printers? Well, if your file server is a Linux thing and you want users to be able to scan documents and send them somewhere, NFS is better than putting in email where it needs credentials to log into your AD to send that email.
I'm glad that you mentioned, like, hey, the only reason I'm in the nitty gritty on this thing is because I spent like a month trying to understand all the ins and outs of it. That always seems to be the trend. It just consuming your life for a little bit with one specific thing.
And now we have My Donut with 300 and Sysmex with 250. So these availability points are going. Oh no, he submitted the flag again.
Gotcha.
So he probably submitted the. I'm guessing he has a NFS mount. I think that has to be it. That's why we keep missing it, because we're not seeing anything like fancy of a file shell. He's just probably catting flag.
Did you see in that output a quick flag.sh script being ran? I can't tell if that's a custom thing to, hey, grab and resubmit the flag that he just kind of spat together, or if that's something else for this box setup.
A lot of players will put, like, that's probably a script of him. So maybe he got a reverse shell and ran it and just constantly spits the flag out in case the reverse shell dies. Like, wait 2 minutes, send the flag. Right?
Gotcha.
But he is still looking at this Bitcoin CLI process. And they got the password from the flag checker script, so they know the password for it. Probably wants to maybe dump the wallet. I'm guessing that's a good place for a flag. I'm at a complete loss of this process.
Well, hey, with just a minute and a half left in the game, maybe we're not going to get to know the end of that story. 350 versus 250, my donut over Syzymex.
Yeah, and maybe I'll try to get with the creator of the box or find where the write-up is, and we can talk about it in the finals, because I'm really interested at what this thing is. I don't look at Bitcoin that much, so apologies, the commentary hasn't been on point to this. This is one of those weird situations where I think both me and John have no idea what's going on.
Well, that is something that I love when we get into a lot of the stuff that obviously you guys over at Hack the Box and for the Hack the Box hacking Battlegrounds tournaments, is that we'll run into a machine that's got what was it the last time, a full Kubernetes stack, something wild and wacky going on, and now we've brought in the blockchain with a Bitcoin service. It's super cool to see a lot of your creative team building something that you just don't expect, or you just didn't see this one coming.
And we're approaching the final minute. The score is My Donut 350, Syzymex 250. So he's got that extra flag submission. Both players are, Syzymex has 50 more availability points, but did not get 2 flag submissions. So My Donut looks like he's going to take it unless Syzymex can get the flag now. And
now, can you help me understand why would one of them have missed that flag submission?
Because I'm guessing My Donut just hardened the service faster, right?
Good enough. Okay. I couldn't tell if that was just, hey, a file outright and readable on that NFS share, but we were having too much fun commentating there. So that is a victory for My Donut.
Yep.
And on a 1v1 game, is Sizzy Adler running already?
Yes, Syzymex is now out. I'm going to see if there's any other games running to hop in.
Can happen just like that, ladies and gentlemen.
Also from the game with Sebas and Bakbaiti, Sebas won. So we have Just Ahmed with Piox, Soup and Freddy, Hodgen and Charm. Plenty of events to watch.
Let's see. I'm looking at Enox's game, I think. How much
it's looking
time
quiet. I'm seeing empty terminals.
Yeah.
Checking out some of the others, seeing if they're still running. I see a couple others that echoing out in the terminals. Hey, good game, guys. A lot of fun. Running the wall commands.
Yeah. I think
maybe everyone had finished.
I think Charm and Hojan is still going on, I believe. I think they have another maybe 6 seconds. Let's see.
Well, it's exciting to know what will this first round bring in victories versus defeats. Who's going to be moving on? Because I know we all had our bets, we all had our thoughts. Who would be kind of moving up to the finals? But I am taken aback a little bit with our first round. My Donut and Sizzy was always going to be a tough game, but it's wild to see Sizzy brought out.
Yeah. So brings us to a good topic while we wait for the next games to start, about things you learned since you created challenges, because I know you create a lot of challenges, John.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you want to start, or you want me to start?
Oh, I mean, I would love to get your thoughts, but at risk of us saying the exact same thing, I'm going to steal your thunder. No, it. So I make a lot of capture the flag challenges, and they aren't strictly, hey, vulnerable boxes or vulnerable machines. I do that occasionally for other wargaming and training platforms. I haven't been able to give some love over to Hack the Box just yet, but I don't know if I would do it justice for all the incredible stuff that you guys have in your library. Uh, I love the fact that you learn so much more about the ins and outs of one service or technology or one thing that you're wanting to showcase, because now you've built it. You've tried to put it together so that it functions for one thing, and then you wanted to make it vulnerable in a way that maybe has one or two or three or a couple ways that it could be taken advantage of, exploited, abused. Whether it's misconfigurations, whether it's versions, whether it's the lack of some patch. You have now architected the storyline and trajectory for players to fall down, and maybe you chain a lot of those together. That is very creative, and it's just going to teach you so much more about you trying to, hey, you going back to beating stuff up and hacking on your own. Now you've built it, and you know what that thing's really made up of.
Yeah, did kind of steal my thunder, so I'll just kind of go on to what you said, like the things you learn. Like
I knew it, man.
So let's say I want to build some type of website, and the most common one people start with is like some type of MySQL thing where you can read and write files, right? Like a SQL injection, do an into out file, dump it to the file system, has it PHP, and execute it that way. Like that's a common attack chain. But a lot of CTFs will either use really old boxes or just do a lot of changes to make sure that attack chain works, because it won't work on just a standard Ubuntu 20 box. There's some issues you're going to run into, like they may write to this temp directory, and temp is like a private systemd jail. So you'd have to disable that if you want to enable writing to temp, or just tell users, hey, don't write to temp. The other thing is like MySQL has this thing called a secure file permission, and by default, MySQL can't access files out of like var lib MySQL secure file or something. It's like in that path. And then the final thing, there's this thing called App Armor, which is like a security thing on processes that is now enabled by default that prevent MySQL from writing into certain locations that people often use. So like you learn all those things about creating the box, like what people did to make it vulnerable. And I think that's important, because if you don't know what they did to make it vulnerable in the first place, you may find a attack out in the wild and not be able to replicate it, right? Because you're just like, hey, I ran this SQL dump --OS shell. Why isn't it working? Well, it's not working because of one of those three things. The other things like you learn, I created a WordPress box. I wanted to be a unique WordPress box for UHC last month. And I was like, let's not make this just the standard plugin. I just installed WordPress. I was like, I'm going to do my best to lock down WP admin. And I want to find a way to bypass how I lock down WP admin. I came out to research this thing called XML RPC that I always see in WP scan and says it should be disabled, but I never see anyone disable it, which is like a legacy thing. And I just played around with the XML RPC. I was like, hey, I can edit post. And then I went through, I was like, well, now I can install multi-factor on this WordPress, which is something I see commonly, and install this PHP Everywhere plugin. And now I have code execution by editing a post. And I learned that whole attack chain just because I gave myself that open-ended problem, right? Like, I didn't see a lot of CTFs or challenges that said, let's do WordPress in this way, right? So, like, I built a half vulnerable box, and I was like, I'm going to pwn my own thing. So you kind of learn that whole attack chain. And now whenever I do WordPress, I always use XML RPC to change some settings. Like, one of the infamous things about WordPress is it uses absolute URLs everywhere. So that way, like, you try to access it over the IP, it wants a host name. That's why you edit your host name for the WordPress site to load if you don't have that DNS entry. It's a real pain to create a script that logs into the website, goes into the setting, and ends that way. I just now use the XML RPC with the set option command, and it's like 5 lines of Python code, and I can change that variable upon the machine booting up. So if the IP changes or something like that, absolute URLs don't cause an issue. So, like, just learn the ins and outs of so many things by just creating it.
And all of those idiosyncrasies, those gimmicks, those weird kind of I don't know, gotchas and things that you might just learn at a higher in-depth level. Had you mentioned a couple like unintentionals and a lot of what you were discussing, or is that another thing we could certainly talk about?
No, all those were kind of intentional solutions, right?
Right.
But
I always think,
unintentionals,
yeah,
like
you have to keep in mind that the hackers, the players, the audience that ends up working with your box, your machine, this environment now you've built for them, they're smart, and sometimes they're smarter than you, and they'll do some wacky, wild stuff that you didn't expect to skip over almost all or more, maybe, I don't know, of huge portions of what you wanted for their experience, for the storyline, for the trajectory of breaking into this box or doing anything with it.
yeah.
Um,
So a
that's
really
always
cool
fun.
story about that. Like,
Yeah.
I know early access is a box on Hack the Box, and it was a lot of PHP websites built internally, and because it was like the same website, just different variations of it, like prod, dev, game, whatever. They just used the standard PHP sessions, and that just writes to, I think, varlib PHP sessions or /temp. It depends where PHP is configured to write to for the sessions file. But if you don't change it unique per application, the cookies for one app also work on the other app. So that was a cool unintentional that I had no idea about. The creator of the machine had no idea about, but Salesian had found it, I believe. He was just like, you know what? I'm going to replay this cookie on this app. Oh, woo, I'm authenticated, even though I wasn't supposed to be. Just because, like, it just used a session cookie that people did not expect, right? Wow. You learn a lot of cool things. But another good story is, like, Calamity on Hack the Box. It's like one of the very first heap, I think it is the first heap exploitation we had, and it had so few solves just because it's such a hard thing. And it lasted like 7-8 months, and then someone came out with an unintentional around LXC. Like, they're like,
Nice.
oh, it was just a member of the LXC group, so I created a container and mounted it. And like, this was 3-4 years ago, before that was popular with Docker and everything else.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those cool unintentionals. Like, wow, this box sat at like 12 sols for so long and had such an easy, like, that's an easy path nowadays, right? Like,
Yeah. That's actually pretty wild. That was 3 to 4 years ago, and that the point, like, that wasn't hip or popularized. Because when you say an LXCE thing, like, oh, I could do that. I've showcased videos on that. Like, that is something that we would kind of probably deem as easy and readily noticeable now, but totally wasn't.
It's a time before GTFO bins, right? So
that used to be a thing, which is wild.
Like,
we didn't have LinPs. We didn't have. I feel like an old geezer, like, throwing my cane at this point now.
Yeah, like, I ran Linonum back in the days.
Yes, which is...
Or Metasploit, like Exploit Finder or things like that. Like, if you look at how much the security industry changed, it's rapid in the last 3 to 4 years. And again, it goes back to, like, defenders. Like, it's changed a lot. Attackers have a lot more tools, but you can use those tools yourself and defend against the system. It's up to you to learn how attackers think, right? Like, I think I said this in the last stream. Like, you see someone running "Who am I?" Like, that's suspicious. That's not something that happens often.
Yeah. Yeah. PS exec activity. Not normal.
I'm just checking if there's another game going on, but it does not look like it.
Great.
We do have another game. We have the game, if you give me 1 second, we have the game of Soup and Freddy going on. It has 4 to 3 minutes to end, and the rest of the brackets are completed. So we have already the next ones. So we're waiting Soup and Freddy, and we will see who will win. So we can stream that event.
Yeah, let's hop in that game.
Cool. This is the very first round still? Just a little bit over...
I believe it was Soup and Freddy. Yeah.
Yep. I'm seeing Freddy's background, and it is a wonderful Shrek background. Shrek the Ogre, Donkey, Fiona. It's hilarious.
And now, hold on 1 sec. The stream is about to be able to see what you're talking about.
Everyone has to see this.
So let's see. I got to hide the time. How do I do that here?
I'm also loving, he's in VMware Workstation, and he's got a couple other VMs for malware dev, Kubernetes.
Well, Kubernetes is deleted. Can't be found. Linux Mint, and then Mint. I wonder what's the difference between Linux Mint and Mint was. But I'm going to hop over to, let's see, this is Freddy. Let's see what Soup is doing.
Totally.
He's not streaming a screen, so we can only look at Freddy.
Yeah. Huh.
So we have him now going to GTFO bins. Maybe he has a shell in the box, or he's looking at how to harden it. The score is 200 to 400, so Freddy is in the lead.
Well, if he's got a lead and potential avenue with LVM, hey, maybe he's running. Maybe he's got 200 to 400. Do you think that would be availability points, or is he just, again, getting those flags incorrect?
So Soup has 0 own points, 250 availability points, minus 50 for resetting. Gotcha. So that's where the 200 comes from. Freddy has 100 own points, 300 availability points, and no penalties. So
cool.
And here we go, both looking at NFS. We see it is marked read write. And I don't know what the script is doing to make sure, but I would make that RO, right? Like any service I can, that's the first change I make. Because if it's read write, like there's probably nothing preventing you from taking Barbara's ID, if it is NFS v3, and I'm assuming it is. Taking her ID, creating a .ssh directory, and dropping a authorized key, and just SSHing in as Barbara. That's like one of my favorite attacks.
Absolutely. And that was a very smart thing, I think, that we saw in action over in that past game. Being able to go in, change that to read-only, definitely a good decision. Still keeping that service availability and uptime, just tightening it up.
Yep. And looking back at this Bitcoin bin, that's something else. I'm wondering the same thing. Oh, wait, he's wondering, like, what can you do with LVM dump? I'm guessing it's, like, my assumption here is you do LVM dump as root on a non-LVM file, and its error message will probably print out the flag.
Ooh, that makes sense. So he was wondering about that. Hey, why is Bitcoin in the secure path? I wonder if that could be tinkered with.
Yeah. But I'm guessing that's why LVM dumps there. It may not be a GTFO bin, but that game is now done.
That would be super smart. I'd be fascinated to see what you could do with LVM dump. So lots of great questions for our box creator when we get to the end of here.
Let's see. Just a Juco, I know this is 90 seconds late, but there was no timer just because we hopped on to the game in the middle, so I did not have time to set that timer. When you see the screen of what I work with this OBS thing, it's a wonder I can talk and not just like keep my eyes glued to it trying to figure out what to do next.
We're gonna commiserate with you when we get to see that picture, man. This is your opportunity to say, like, hey, like, my heart goes out to you, IPSEC. I know you're running this thing, and thank you for doing it. You're holding down the fort here.
So we have probably 5 minutes before we figure out all the brackets. Did you need a break, John, or you want to go back?
Hey, that's up to you, my friend. Do we want to banter about anything else, or can it maybe take a quick moment for a bio break, grab some water, grab some coffee? I don't know what folks need. But
I'm good. What are you most excited about in this year, 2022?
I don't know. I tried to make some, cheesy goals when people say New Year's resolutions and all that. It's easy. Hey, I want more content. I want to learn new things, actually get into that cloud stuff that I don't know anything about. Tooling. I don't know. I want to continue to be part of the community of the stuff that we're all doing. I hope to keep a seat at the table, But how about you, my friend?
I'm mainly just super excited about what I'm going to learn, like creating boxes. I've created a lot more content lately, not video content, just like boxes itself. And like I'm learning so much. Like the last month I learned Laravel, which I've never, like, all my PHP websites that I've created for vulnerable challenges have just been horrible .php files that I just hand code, right? I didn't do anything the correct way with the framework. So, like, I'm taking time learning Laravel, learning that framework, so it helps me build challenges that look prettier and do them faster, right? Because I'm doing it the correct way. So I can now, like, just take a bootstrap thing and, like, paste it in instead of, like, taking it and, like, not using a templating language like Ginger or Blade or something like that, and just, like, doing a complete hack job of it.
I absolutely feel that perspective, because I would also do very, very similar. Hey, just random scattered PHP pages or like a Flask Python application, but using something big and official like Laravel or cake.php or maybe Django over in that Python world. I don't know, gives it a little bit more pizzazz to it. It feels a bit bulkier and a sturdier challenge that is more realistic, kind of as you mentioned. So.
Yeah, and just learning it, like, and I'm like, huh, I've wanted, like, this to exist for a while. Maybe I can just create a proof of concept app and use it for myself, right? I'm also learning a lot more, I guess, going back upon the hacking to make your life easier, like automating a lot more of the tasks that have taken historically a long time to do and were error prone because it's people. So we use, like, Asana a lot at Hack the Box, which is, if you've seen TV or watch TV, like, think of it like Monday.com. It's just a task tracker, right?
Yeah.
But OXDF, I've been working with him a lot. He took, like, their library and has some Python wrappers around using the library to do some things. Like, it can now find if a task has been created, it's assigned to a user. And, like, I've extended that to send commands into a custom C2 I have in order to power on a machine in vCenter, get an implant, and then run a bunch of commands on it, then power it off and delete it. And that's useful to us because, like, just automating a lot of the job of finding artifacts that we may leave behind or making the machines more consistent, right? So I'm just excited about being able to do that type of automation in the future.
That's awesome. I don't know if you are checking out the guest general chatter for a lot of our players, but someone had just kind of said, oh, you know, this is what you could do with that Privesk portion, the pseudo TAC-L that we saw. I don't know if we want to spill the beans or not.
Yeah, go ahead. That machine won't be used again.
And of course, Ipsec, all this time that you have my picture, my placeholder, I pinged you also. Yes. I'm not in the stream.
I took your webcam off because you weren't talking.
No. I am just here. And we have, guys, we're ready for the final round. I don't know if you want us to go on a short break before I give the rest of the codes. I am giving the brackets now. Ipsec.
See, where are the brackets? Did you send them to me in Slack? Open Slack so I can get it. So
how's everyone in the chat? Oh, sorry.
Do we have the brackets of winners? I only see the first round on this.
I can't tell if we lost connectivity with Roadrunner or not.
I think we may have.
She's caught in a great deer in the headlights look in our Google Hangouts behind the scenes. So, hey, should I kind of clear the air for a little bit, chat more about that Privesk for the pseudo, or should we keep rolling? No, cool. So for that box that we were just watching, very, very first round, we saw that weird Bitcoin service program, software, and in the pseudo TAC-L output, we also saw that Bitcoin path as a secure path and a binary that you could run for LVM dump. Turns out, I've been just informed by the fantastic, incredible players, you know, if you do a little clever 2 + 2 = whatever math, you've got kind of the ingredients there for a sweet recipe. If you have write access in that secure path, just hop on over to that Bitcoin op directory. If you create your own LVM dump binary, now you can do whatever the heck you want because you can sudo run that binary, from what I understand. Pwn all the things, right?
Yeah, that sounds actually pretty cool. Wonder who found that.
Shabazz was the very, very first one to ping me. I'm mispronouncing that name, absolutely, probably. Legacy +1, Enox +1. People are saying like, yeah, man.
Yeah, and I heard that Sodi's connection went down. She'll be back in just a minute, so won't be too long. I think she is also sending the codes out to the players to start the next game.
Awesome.
Okay, I got the updated bracket. Let me find a way to save this.
I realize I'm slowly moving in and out of the the box that I've been allocated in for the stream.
Oh yeah, because when Sodi dropped, my window changed. I thought about changing it. I'm like, wait, as soon as I change it, she'll join again. And
yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Oh, good, but and she's back.
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me? Did everything change? I'm very, very, very sorry for this.
We got it back. It's fine.
Okay. Well, my computer decided to do a sudden death or something. It started for no reason, or I was hacked. Amazing for a security open tester or whatever I am. But everything is okay. We will manage everything. So I sent the new brackets, I believe. Ipsy, do you have them?
Yep, I'm just putting them on screen now. We do have Chibuzz or Shebuzz or however you say his name. I should know. He's a Discord mod, I believe. No, he's not. Bugbite was. I've seen the name a lot more.
Yes.
I know him. It's one of those things I always read the name and never think to ask how to pronounce it. But he beat Bugbite. Then we have Ahmed beat out Pi. Freddy beat out Soup. Hojan beat out Charm. Legacy beat out Breathaddare. My Donut beat Sysmex. That's the one we had watched. And then Fancy Kitten beat Smartman. And Enox beat Koran. So,
alrighty.
Who do you want to see, John? Is there anyone you want to see?
I am totally waiting for the stream bracket to show up on my stream side. I would be fascinated to see who Enox is up against.
Fancy Kitten. We can watch his game. I know Enox is also active in your Discord, I believe. He's active in so many Discords.
Yeah, he's everywhere. He's a great fella. So.
Okay, so I will distribute the codes. Or maybe do you think we should do a small break? Or we did a small break because my computer...
Yeah, distribute the codes.
Amazing. I'm distributing the world. Okay. So we need also a few minutes in order to create the new brackets in the channels. Amazing.
So yeah, we will be starting on the Enox and Fancy Kitten game.
Excellent. Alrighty, well, I'll help cover some air while we're waiting. We can kick up, again, maybe just some chatter, just some conversation that'll help bring us into the new games as it's getting started. I know one of the other things we were thinking about, chatting about, and I'm happy that it's in our discussions here, is like a little bit of the career aspect, and I was pleased to think of this because we were also chatting about our definition of hacking, right? And what that really entails, whether or not you're strictly being an operator, offensive adversary emulation, red teamer, pen tester, bug bounty hunter, etc. Hacking doesn't always have to be that, and if you're doing other things for your job or your career, that's still very well hacking, depending on how you kind of perceive it. And you might have to whether or not you consider yourself a hacker or not, self-proclaimed, who knows. There was one discussion and a good question probe we could think about was after you started putting out write-ups and solutions and maybe blog posts or articles or videos, just documenting and showing your work, your own practice in an environment like Hack the Box and training labs and cyber ranges. How is finding a job? Does it get better? Does it get easier when you can show your work or have a portfolio to help bring together? My immediate answer is yes, absolutely. And IPSEC, I don't know how things are if we're already cruising in the games. So please.
Oh, we are not. I will interrupt you when we do.
Excellent, excellent.
I 100% agree with what you said. Like, I know a lot of people that have trouble finding a job with insert this certification here or
Totally.
like I'm this thing, but they don't do any like networking, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things, like this field is heavy in introverts because like introverted people have a lot more time because they're not going out and doing things on the computer, right? So if you're not going out constantly, you just have more time in front of the computer, so you can dedicate more time because you don't feel like you're missing out because you're not going out to play sports or do other things. But they think, wow, like it's kind of lame. It's about this whole connection thing, right? They never make an attempt to reach out and connect to people. And it's a huge like disservice, right? Because number one, like my favorite part about solving a machine isn't doing the machine. It's about talking to my friends after doing the machine to figure out how they did it, what I did differently.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole aspect I look forward to. It's also like a lot of the job is you may not be the most technical person, but like if the person's like, you know what, working with you day to day would brighten my day, chances are you'll get hired, right? Like I'd always pick friends over people I don't know. Well, not always, but chances I would pick a friend over someone I don't know just because it would improve my life, right? And
Totally.
I hate to be like selfish, but that's a lot of what it is, right? Like I wouldn't want to be like, you know what, I'm going to hire this guy. He's super smart, but he's kind of a dick and will just like start questioning me, making me do so much more work because I'm just doing it slightly different than how he wants to do it, things like that. Like, I may not want to work with him when I could be like, you know what? I've had this in CTF, buddy. We work on these side projects all the time. I'm more motivated and spend more time when I work with him. Let's get him on board, right? It's all about that whole connection thing, which unfortunately is life. Sometimes it's unfair, but life is unfair.
I have a lot of conversations about that, and I actually did a dinner with a good friend. It's like, do you hire and bring people onto your team that you are close friends with and do work with already? My best friend Caleb, I referred him and brought him in to work at my day job. And I'm sure, hey, HexDF, I don't know, is a 0xDF probably close things than other individuals in your world, in your circles.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about it is, like, I forget where I was going to go. I had a thing, and then Discord made a sound, and I lost the thought.
Well, I can pivot back unless we're rolling with the game.
Yeah, pivot back. I'm still waiting for the games to start.
Sweet. Another an anecdote that I wanted to share with that notion of helping create content or show your work and demonstrate, sharing information that you do. I tell the story quite often. Like my very first job, like my intro to a career, was an instructor role, which was a teaching role, which is wild and crazy and probably silly. I don't know. Like, hey, how did you jump right into what might be considered a quote unquote senior role where you're at the front of the classroom behind the podium doing the dog and pony show? I think that is in fact too, because like I have a body of work that I can show already teaching and already bringing education to a handful of people. And I built out the training curriculums because I made challenges, because I would host Capture the Flag, because I built these vulnerable machines. So all those really cool things that just, again, offer maybe that merit, maybe that competency that helps win over a potential employer. So
yeah, and it doesn't even just have to be like security related. Like doing security related stuff in the open is great because number one, if you have a misunderstanding, someone will correct you. And as long as you don't take it as like criticism and just be like, huh, I learned something new because I put this out there, you'll learn so much more. The other thing, again, is like the connections. I remember, I want to say it was like 2011, 2012 time era. I was huge into StarCraft and a commentator in that. Like this was like I did commentating on it was live stream first, moved over to Ustream, then we did a Justin TV stint, moved over to I think Owned TV, or maybe that was after, but then came back to Justin when they rebranded to Twitch because they gave us partnership.
Nice.
Like I did streaming a long time, and it was StarCraft. It was a video game. I did commentating around it, and
which is why you're such a natural here today, my friend.
but like I got the assist admin job that helped me immensely. It was a small company, like a bunch of smart people, but I got the connection because of commentating that video game. It was one of those like I was a decent sysadmin. Like I knew my stuff back then, but like the person was like, you know what? I really I like your energy on these streams. It's not related, but if you like work half as hard as you do at work as you do maintaining your streaming persona, like I'd love to have you aboard, right?
Now, is it fair to say that you were using a much closer human personal identity? Was that your name, or was that IPSEC hacker handle alias?
My name then was IPSC, so I literally just added an E. My handle used to be IP, but it's 3 characters, and 3 characters is hard. I used to have it on like the AOL Instant Messenger day, but
nice.
Like I added 2 characters IPSC to make it a bit more unique, so Battle.net accepted me. And then when I came to security, I was like, I'll just add an E, and it becomes IPSEC. So there's really been no real change to my handle since I created it back probably when I was in like 2nd grade. And it all came around because it's like the first syllable of my last name. Yep. And I was on a basketball team in elementary school, and we had 5 other Nicks on the team, and sometimes we all played at once. So my last name's too much to say, so it just became the first syllable, and that's what people would call me on the basketball court. Because if your whole team is Nick, like Nick, pass, I'm open, Nick, or something like it's like which one?
People.
So.
The reason that I was, and I didn't mean to just nitpick on your name or handle, it was like because I was going to drive to the point like putting yourself out there is a great thing because of those opportunities, because of those potential roles and gigs that open up, the doors that open there. And my hacker handle hasn't changed in a long time either because it's my name. I used to have the silly like root of the null thing, which was like a decade ago, but.
Which is a hacker phrase, not a handle.
You're right. You're totally right.
Maybe that's why it didn't stick. Or maybe you're just ahead of the time and you're like, I should use phrases, not passwords. And for handles, I should use a phrase, not a word. Phrase.
Well, root of the null takes a little bit of, I don't know, maybe something, it's just weird and dumb. You could have a nickname root, but then it's just like very oddly pretentious. And when I would say in like an intro of a video, it's like, hey, what's going on, everybody? Root of the null here. And you say it so quick, it's like just a weird, mundled, I don't know, syllables.
Back in the StarCraft, I was like, we had a bunch of streamers and we were all just rage quit TV.
Oh, yeah?
Let's see. Still waiting on the game. So
okay.
The other thing about like getting jobs, if you're looking for more advice, is spend like having like OSCP or whatever they're calling it, like Pen 200, whatever. Like those are great certificates, but when I look at resumes, I more look at consistency than exactly what they have. Like my main thing is I want to make sure someone's going to be like a better employee in 2 years than they are today. And if you just get like one certificate and kind of stop, or you get a bunch of certificates whenever you look for a new job, like it doesn't give me that warm and fuzzy that you're going to be like continuing to improve yourself, right? So if I saw someone like get 2 certificates a year, like Security Plus, CISSP, then CEH, then a different one, like maybe some eLearn Security one or INE now because they rebranded. I don't know how that works. But if I just saw consistency constantly, and then like, I'd probably choose them more. Like, I more care about consistency than I do technical aptitude.
Totally. And that continuous learning.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop once you get the job. So I love that, and we'll carry it even a little bit further if that's okay. It's weird because that can also kind of turn the tide or turn the tables in there, because the employee might now want to hold the employer accountable. Might not be the right word, but just, hey, can I have your blessing? Can I have your approval? Can I have your support? And now continuing to go to security conferences, B-Sides, DEF CON, Black Hat, etc., and then do training, and then do professional training, get a new certificate, take a new course or something like that. Hopefully you could then make those conversations aware of that continuous learning. Like, do you guys have that, education reimbursement stuff, or at least just an understanding of like, hey, I need to take a week off because I'm going to go to Vegas for a security conference.
Yeah.
I need that support system also has to be in place, which helps maybe balance out employee-employer relationship.
Yeah, and if that support system isn't in place at your employer, I'd highly suggest like finding one that is. But that's not an excuse to not do anything, right?
Right.
Like,
absolutely.
I remember starting out, like, I think I paid like probably around 5 to 10% of my salary and just training myself, right?
Yeah. I, again, similar boat, didn't have a whole lot of stuff to pour into a lot of the certificates and training. So everything, when we alluding to OSCP, what is that? Like $1,000, $1,500 now?
Yeah.
And then you fan that out across 5 or 6 different OffSec certs. I wanted to just foot the bill for that because I wanted to get it done and didn't want to wait for an employer. So sure, you just ate the money, but it's worth it, right?
Yeah. I mean, also like, you like the subscriptions like Proving Grounds or Hack the Box or any like thing, and it does cost money. I mean, Hack the Box is really cheap. It's a good value what you get, but you also have to think about how much money you save by having it, right?
Yeah.
Like when I started playing Hack the Box, I would stop going out to eat at home, and I'm like, huh. And just like my average bill eating out was like double this month's Hack the Box subscription just one day, and I didn't eat out like 10 times that month. I instead of just stayed home playing. I was like, wow, I'm saving so much money by doing that. And like even $1,000, like
that's so cool.
The amount of money you spend doing extracurricular activities is probably high because it's entertainment, right? So you got to even out. And that's kind of how I viewed like video games back in the day. Like when I had a subscription to Realm, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 11, things like that. I was just like, yeah, I'm paying money constantly for this game, but because I'm doing it, I'm not spending that money elsewhere, right? And that's kind of how I moved with training myself. It was one of those, I'm going to spend money on this training. It's going to suck, but I enjoy this training, and I know down the line it's going to help me get that salary I want or improve my life to work at a place I want to work at, right?
Absolutely. It's all worth it.
And if you can't afford it, I know like money is a weird thing. Like both me and John live in the US. Like some parts of the world, like the dollar is a completely different thing. Chances are if you just like go active in a Discord and get noticed by like a moderator or something, they'll like sponsor you for that. Like I'm sure, John, you've given away so many different vouchers for various things. Like you just be like, hey, I'll give you a heads up on this contest. Like submit, do your best. If you spend a lot of time, chances are you'll be able to win this, right?
Yeah.
Like the InfoSec community is great in that aspect of just how much stuff is given out.
And I'm so happy now that that is so easily accessible, even like you said, in Discord.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, sometimes we say, oh, network, volunteer, like go to conferences, just hang out programs, hand out like brochures at a local B-Sides. But people are going to say, dude, the world is kind of, locked down a little bit. We're all digital. We're all remote right now. I'm like, yeah, cool. It's all happening still on Discord and in events just like this. You can
and speaking of Discord, we are ready to start. We distributed all codes. We created all new channels. That was the fuzz. We had some issues with the channels, IPs. But everything is ready to go. It was also, I think, good because it was intense, because some players actually had to go to sudden death. So I think they rested. They have some time. And we are ready to go and continue to the tournaments of the day. Which ones do you think we should showcase now, guys?
We're going in the Enoch's Fancy Kitten game because number one, it's a cat and the internet loves cats. And number two, it's also Enoch's, who
Yes,
I know a
it's
lot of
cat.
people want to see.
Yeah, I didn't think of that like that.
So we are just waiting on that game to start. I see them like prepping their stuff. So it should start very soon. Change this. We can see we're on Enoch's screen right now, I believe. Oh no, Fancy Kitten screen. He just has Burp, Google set up. I think that's, I don't know what proxy. No, that is Foxy Proxy. I'm just not used to seeing it blue. Let's check what Enoch's setup looks like. Is he doing anything? No, he's just got a dragon in the background, I believe that is. Gives me some like Dragon Ball Z vibes.
Yeah. Oh, you're totally right.
I'm not sure if like that's the intent, like someone did the graphics artist, but like its hair being on two sides and having a pathway in the middle of it.
Yeah. I have not seen him hit enter on that open VPN connection, so I was like, "Are you in?"
I think he's waiting for the sound to kick off that says the game has started.
Gotcha. Are our, and again, sorry, I just can't tell. Like the decals for the player name and score and timer all set? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Now it just kicked through. Thank you. Thank you. I have the sun from the window coming in, and I'd look brighter than usual.
It might be the light of security that is entering in.
This is the Valentine's Day warmth. And
Yes,
love.
exactly. It is the love that's coming. After a big breakup, a heal is coming up.
Also, some fun other, I don't know, Valentine's Day, if we get into that. My our anniversary, my girlfriend and I's, is just before Valentine's Day. So
You
let's get into the
celebrated
game.
Valentine's the day before, so I didn't understand that.
Oh, so my girlfriend and I, 6 years anniversary, which is super cool. We're happy about that. Wild, right? Way too long.
It's not too long when you are having fun.
Yeah, no. So we our very, very like first date would have been however many, again, those years ago. We wanted to do something. I wanted to do something cheesy, the silly romantic stuff around Valentine's Day. And then we ended up considering it February 13th, the day before Valentine's Day, because that was the romantic first kiss or whatever. It's silly stuff. It's fun, but fun fact when we get into some Valentine's Day with John Hammond.
Don't be worried. I won't timestamp you saying it's been way too long and send it to her.
I know.
The dangers of streaming when you just talk
Yep.
off the air and you're like, oh God, did I just say that?
You make jokes,
Yeah.
Bad to say that you have a personal life on Valentine's Day. I don't know if my friend sees me. One of my best friends is the designer of Hack the Box, Daria, that with her team Nayad created this amazing layouts. And on Valentine's Day, because we're best friends, we went for an amazing dinner together, and we had some cocktails, and then we danced.
Awesome.
Yes. And she created an amazing cake. I'm not going to say what shape it was. It's not appropriate for this channel. But yeah, and then we ate the whole cake because we like to drink and eat.
The game has started.
Yes,
The game
is
has
on.
started.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And we saw
No, you're-
Enoch's, or at least I saw, he had a script that he ran immediately that
Yeah.
did like herning SSH keys, Apache 2, and something else.
I saw it just as well. I'm glad you had it up on the stream. Looks like right at the very
cron
top
jobs,
there.
SUID. Yeah, he has something hard coded just to like change
Wild.
it. And the herning Apache aired out because Apache did not exist. The things I'm guessing he does with that is like editing Apache's PHP config, blacklisting some commands. So like in PHP, system doesn't work, or popen. There are like 8 different things you can do to get code execution in PHP and just harden it that way. Also may like make sure Apache's not running as root, doing things like that. Always good. And that's one of my favorite things as like a defender again. Like a lot of the applications you can change ever so slightly to just break a lot of what attackers do that doesn't break what you do. Right? So my favorite one is like IP tables blocking out like outbound connections that are unexpected, because you can connect via Apache and then Apache sends you back, and now that connection's established, and you can have an output rule that allows established connections. However, if they connect to Apache, tell PHP to execute a reverse shell, that's no longer an established connection. That's a new connection going outbound. It gets blocked, and you also get notified. And that's just a really good way to stay on top, because the first thing attackers like doing is a reverse shell. So if you just get an email as soon as that happens, you can now get a probably 30 to 60 minutes of head start against a good person as they try to find a way to like download Chankro to build a PHP gadget to get around that filter. Like, you can get around those filters. Like, no denying it. Like, no defense is perfect. But the fact that you have to get around it means, number one, you probably created some type of alert, and number two, it slowed you down, and now the defender has time. But we can see WordPress is installed. I wonder if XMLRPC is going to be used, because I know a lot of people watch like the boxes I create. Let's see exactly what Fancy Kitten's doing as well. So it looks like he is doing burp on one window and going in. The box's name is valentine.htb. The title is Love Stories. So this is a either wedding planner or like, I think it's a wedding planner website.
It looks like a wedding planner, yeah.
So, and we see an Nginx error message of not found. So we know this is Nginx in case he didn't run. That's weird.
There's another service it looks like on 8080, Flauta for flowers.
So what I'd be doing here is I try to generate an error message, right? Because we just changed from port 80 to 8080, and there we go. We see the same exact error. What I was looking for there is something like Tomcat or something else. Like whenever I see a change, I always like seeing, like, did the backend change and I not know? Because there's a LFI vulnerability if Nginx is running in front of Tomcat. So if I saw a Tomcat error, now I know to check that. We do have him now testing a bunch of SQL injection inside of various fields. One was a contact us. The other was, I think, a payment thing. So again, just putting that in there and trying to find out if any bad characters will come.
I super appreciate that. Hey, a little bit of spray and pray, a little bit of just, hey, let's try a different payload here, there. Let's see if we can get any breadcrumb, any lead. And we're running at this point because the game has just started. We're trying to see off of the races who is going to get some access first.
Yeah, so what I would be doing in this standpoint is I'd be logging into my own box and like dumping the credentials out of the database and trying those credentials to log in. That may not be the intended way into the system, but again, taking full advantage of these boxes being the same, and if they didn't generate those credentials uniquely. Like I see all these Nginx things. One of the SQL payloads went to a forbidden that was not found. Like I'd also want to know exactly what's happening on this Nginx backend for those things to not exist. And
that's something I think we easily forget, right? Is that you have your own copy of this target. It is not a black box. Hey, you're not just firing all this stuff to it. You could very well go look at your own database, go look at your own code. It's a white box thing, and you've got your own castle.
Yeah, and we see two websites, valentine.htb, which I believe is the WordPress, and Flowers, which is not. I'm guessing Flowers is on 8080, or maybe
it seems that way.
It's on 80. One of them is on 80, one's on 8080. He's going to valentine.htb, WP admin, so yeah. I'm guessing Flowers is on 8080.
Ooh.
So let's see what Enox is doing. Loading his screen, looking for WordPress plugin vulnerabilities, and I may not just run WP scan right off the bat because, I think he did it. He logged into his own WordPress and is looking at plugins, which is a very good thing to do.
Yeah, so I just saw it on the Fancy Kitten site that logged in default credentials admin.
Ooh, I would be changing that and also trying to get a session into my opponent. So the very
Absolutely.
first thing I do before I change it, I log in, get that session cookie, because oftentimes if you have the session, even if they change the password, it doesn't validate it every time. So you may just have a long running session if they didn't clear it out, right? So
Looks like who is this? Is this Enox that is trying to get a WordPress password hash generator so he could go ahead and do some quick patching on this?
it's what it looks like he's doing.
Nice. Try and plug that hole of an admin credential.
And I guess this is Pwn Meow's. So, oh, he failed image verification. So he's putting a password. I wonder if he's taking note of the password. I'm going to laugh if he locks himself out.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
But he's trying to generate a WordPress password hash. Another thing you can do, XML RPC has a set password thing. So if you knew that interface and had things coded, you can do it in a simple HTTP request.
That's a very cool thing.
So I'm going to switch over. Let's see. I'm on Enox. He's playing with that. Let's see what Fancy Kitten's doing if he logged into the system at all. I see him have a plugin for WordPress that's a reverse shell. I don't like uploading plugins because like oftentimes you may just not have write access there. I always opt for using a old theme on a box.
Yeah, and I know I've seen you do that, and I did the very, very same. Like, hey, can I go find like the header.php or the footer.php? And even then, you kind of have to be careful on that one because I don't want to just break every page if I get some syntax wrong or something.
But if the default theme is like 2022, which, I mean, WordPress has the default theme, it's based upon the year, but they still have like the 2020 theme there that's not available. You can put the code in that one and then just go to, I think, WP content themes 2020, not 2022, then /header.php and execute it manually, right? There's nothing that prevents you from doing that. And it's also a lot harder for a defender to find. Like, they actually have to look at timestamps or greps to find it, versus if you did a plugin, it's right there. They click on plugins like, ooh, what is this? There's only like 5 plugins and you stand out.
Yeah, very good call.
So it looks like he is installing zip. Maybe WordPress plugins want to be a zip when you push it. And, oh
no.
Boom. Enox
no.
has locked him out. So just not like having this ready to go. He had the attack. He was there, but Enox found out he was into the WordPress. It's like, you know what? Killing that access right away. So, and
the session expired too, just because he had to step away, just because he had to run to go get that. Oh no.
Yeah, I wonder if WordPress nullifies sessions when you change a password.
Maybe. I wonder. I guess I don't know off the top of my head, but dang, he has now lost that vector. That access point's gone.
Yep. So close to getting that flag submission. If he was just like 2 minutes faster in a WordPress exploitation, would have had it. And
that was awesome. That's the back and forth, that is the red versus blue.
Yeah. Like
real time.
That's why I don't like plugins. Like, it takes you a while to create that plugin. If you just
you could have just opened the theme page and just slapped in the PHP syntax and be done.
Yeah. So let's check out what Enox is doing. Is he still hardening, or is he going to go after the box? I don't know if Fancy Kitten has hardened it. No player has a flag submission yet. He's still just playing around in this. Let's see. I wonder if he changed Pwn Meow's password. There's 2 users on this box, admin and Pwn Meow. So I'm guessing Pwn Meow had created this. And let's see. I wonder if this is his box or his opponent's box. He is going into the themes to customize it. So I'm guessing this is his opponent's box. Let's see. Plugins. Oh, he's going the plugin route. I wonder if like something changed and they don't have permissions to edit the themes, or both players just prefer plugins. I know that's most people's initial path of exploitation is plugins.
I'll be the first to admit I constantly forget how to get to the themes like edit page. like to actually get into the HTML and the PHP. Sometimes it feels like it takes too many clicks, and I get lost because I'm like, oh, I know I can get code execution. I know I can. And I'm just like, now I just need to choke trying to find it.
Yeah, I have the same thing because you go into the themes, you go to the edit, and WordPress did change it recently. They have this like fancy new editor. But there's a button on that page that lets you get to header.php. I believe. It's been a while since I looked at it, but there's also a thing called Metasploit. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
What is that thing?
That has something that I think automatically does this. Like,
no way.
It would shock me if Metasploit.
So all you have to do is give it like, what is it? The like remote host. Maybe it could be called like an R host for easy typing.
Yeah.
Username and credentials.
Yep.
Unreal.
You may have to give it your IP address. That's pretty tricky, but
like a local host that you could call an L host again for quick typing.
Yeah, you don't even have to put your own IP address because you put the interface name, right? You just have to figure out, am I ETH0, TON0, or ENS 160? That's 33% chance to get it right.
We should sell this, man.
You have a higher chance of picking the right interface than you do plugging in a USB. But yeah, that's one of the things I really don't like about like the modern day security is like people's hesitance against Metasploit. And I know we probably talk about this every stream because
yes, we always do, but it's such a fun conversation.
Like people don't like it because it automates things, and there's good things about automation because it's consistent, right? Like there's a lot of people that use Metasploit.
Yes.
So chances are that module's been run before, so you know it's safe.
It's stable, it's sturdy.
If you just grab something randomly off GitHub, there's no guarantee that it doesn't have a backdoor in it, doesn't have the same QA that's Metasploit. Ooh, request entity too large. So Nginx is preventing file uploads by setting the max file size. So he has to go to the themes.
Do you think Fancy Kitten like set that? Did he configure that? Did he harden that?
I don't think so. I think that's just something that Pwn Meow did.
Yeah, too obscure.
But click on appearance. Is he going to do it?
All it takes.
I'm guessing he's on a different monitor. Like, how do I edit a WordPress theme? But again, like, we've talked about it for a while. Like, search WordPress, search WP and Metasploit, run WP login or something, right?
Some of you have to be listening to the stream, even if there's a delay.
If Enox goes into WordPress in probably like 30 or Metasploit in 30 seconds, like if this is him now going in terminal typing MSF console, we will know. So he's going to try the plugin again. Like if at first you don't succeed, try again.
That's the definition of insanity, you know? Doing the same thing, expecting different results, something like that.
So he's zipping up the cmd.php.
Nice.
So he's going to try uploading it this way. Something happened.
Looks better.
I don't know if it looks better, it looks worse, but it looks different.
Yeah, fair enough.
So he's looking at media. So by default, WordPress doesn't allow you uploading. Oh, cmd.zip. There it is in media, but it's not .php. It has a whitelist of extensions you can upload by default. And again, I learned this because I created a WordPress box trying to find out other ways that haven't been talked about that much. There you go, him saying he tried to upload it there and said, nope, can't upload PHP. You could try like PHP 5, PHP 7, all the other extensions. I was going to
say, would you go down the rabbit hole of trying, p.html, PHP 7?
It's a whitelist, so none of those would
so
work.
It wouldn't be this effective.
Yep. Oh.
Installing plugin. Bad zip format? Wild.
cmd.php, does that exist?
Oh.
He got it? There he goes.
It does. Excellent.
He's going to get the first flag. And
Good win. I like that he tacked in an echo at the end to keep that new line.
Yeah.
We saw that bite us in the past.
I was about to say, I remember that.
That's torture.
So is he going to submit the flag or get the shell first? Because as soon as he submits the flag, the player's going to know he's on the box. So there is like something
certain
to
amount
it.
Of stealth.
to holding on. But if the flags rotate before he submits, he loses the submission point, right? So
Totally.
he has to submit it. How much time is left? 12? So he's probably got 2 minutes. I think it runs every 5. It's every 5 or every 3. I forget which.
Oh, not getting the callback. There it is. There's the callback.
So he's going to probably try to get root really quickly and then set up something to send the flag every like 30 seconds. So if he gets kicked off shells and the thing gets patched. But
So
yeah,
needs a password. Fingers crossed that this is going to end up being a easy Privesk, though.
yeah. So I think he just is adding his SSH key so he can get into this box. So now he's no longer in that weird reverse shell. But if his opponent now runs W, he'll see him. But if you ran PS-EF with tree, he'd also see the reverse shell. So it's tough.
Totally.
Running Limpies.
Slapping Limpies in. He's running. You can feel those frantic keystrokes at this point.
Yes, running netstat. I'd be looking to see if my opponent is SSH'd into this box and seeing if he's watching me potentially. So what is he looking at? He's in flowers. Oh, he wants to try to find a way to get a backdoor. So he got in through WordPress, and he's like, oh, can I drop a shell somewhere else in case he finds my cmd.php that I so aptly named to do its purpose? I would have named it like wp-something.php. Or maybe I do please subscribe.php. I don't know what I do. But yeah.
You would do a please subscribe, man. We can be honest.
But yeah, he is trying to like get some type of persistence on. A second persistence, which I do like. He has submitted the flag. I completely missed that.
Awesome. That's great because it would have with this time taken now, I think it would have lost some ground if he hadn't.
Yeah.
I am wondering why he's not running for the Privesk though, because we got Limpies rolling.
I'm looking at Fancy Kitten. He is not reacting really.
Oh no.
And I realize the time is broken on my thing. There is 1 minute and 30 seconds left of this game.
Well, dang. Enox comes in clutch the last couple minutes here then. Cruising through. Can we get root in that time allotted? I don't know if there was an easy pseudo attack L, but now we're trapped scrolling through Limpies output.
Yeah.
Oh, bright red. Apt confront.
I think he can write to that directory, so he can put a apt pre-hook in, right?
Nice. One quick Google search, and then to see if there are any other options. You're running out of time, my friend.
55 seconds left. 53.
Gun on that one. This is where you fire up hack tricks. Slap in the syntax.
Go back to your web browser.
Yeah, man.
It was red and yellow. It's always going to be exploitable.
Well, I had some great conversations with Carlos Paul just recently, and he was like, "Oh, he was telling me about sometimes people whining, complaining about like, you said this was a Privesk vector, and I didn't do it, it wouldn't work." And he's like, "Hey, man, I don't know, it's just a regex."
The box has
I just ran grep,
which is weird, but
oh, that's weird. That is weird.
Do as not permitted. So maybe that isn't a thing. I didn't see exactly what Limpies flagged that under, but there's 1 second left in the game. He's not going to get this command. Oh, he control seed. Yeah.
That is it.
Enox wins.
Congratulations, Enox. Wow, what a nail biter at the end there. That was a lot of fun. Cool. Congratulations, folks. Fancy Kitten put in a hard fight. Curious to see how all the other games are doing. Anyone else still playing? I don't know if you can see.
I can't really see the time of all the games, unfortunately.
That's all right.
All the rest are running, so you can go to any of them.
Awesome, awesome.
Who are you going to, John?
I went to Shabazz and just Ahmed.
Okay. Let me figure out this game.
And listen, my friend, They're rolling with that Metasploit WordPress MSF console exploit.
Who are you watching? I'm on. Let me join
I'm
this
currently
game.
on Shabuzz. Not a whole lot of action right now. I can't tell if that's my connectivity.
It is loading the game for me. I'm getting his ID.
WP scan results over on Just Ahmed's screen. Also got Burp Suite running. Doing a little bit more digging on WooCommerce, a aspect brought into WordPress, trying to see if there are any recent vulnerabilities or exploits out and about.
And my donut won also. So the next semifinals are My Donut versus Inox.
Excellent. It's going to be a great game.
And we are waiting to see if Sebas or Just Ahmed and Freddy or Holgen will go to the final round.
Awesome. Well, I am looking at the Shabuzz and Just Ahmed game, and there is a lot more homework and due diligence trying to dig into, are there vulnerabilities in any of the aspects built into this WordPress server, whether it's a given version of WooCommerce or whether it's a given, again, plugin or theme. Makes me wonder if the passwords, the default credentials, admin for WP admin have been changed, because maybe that was the right entryway. Maybe that was a quick foot in the door, but just taken out early on in the game. Now they're left.
That is one of the first things people would change. I would try also the pwn me out credentials.
Ooh, that is, I don't think anyone has thought of that, or at least we haven't seen it just yet. But you're right, that user, again, if you could retrieve that password.
I would also like looking inside of that Flowers PHP app, because it's got to be vulnerable somehow. I may just like do a grep on system and find like bad calls that are working on that.
That would be something that I wish, if I had all the time in the world, I would be able to stage out. The same way that Enox ran a fantastic, hey, hardening Apache, hardening Nginx, hardening SSH, blah, blah, blah. If we could also have a super quick vulnerability scanner for like bad, horrible PHP functions you should never, ever use, you know?
Yeah, I know PHP rips used to exist to do that. It went into paid, and that does have a lot of like noise when you run it, the free version. But again, you're just looking for the highly critical things, right? I would also be like looking at the date of each plugin, like, but back to the Flowers app, I would also look at how sessions are generated, right? Like, I would see if I can log into the Flowers app on myself. And if it's like a session that's hard-coded, like try just replaying the session against the other host, right? Because if it's just if it's writing to the PHP session file in like verlib PHP sessions, it won't work. But if I'm getting just like a JWT token out that's signed, then that type of attack would work, because there's nothing unique to the server about that cookie. It's just saying, yes, I signed this cookie. And if both those web apps have the same signing key, then a JWT on your server would work on your opponent's server.
Love having your own castle. Love having your own box.
Yeah.
Fun game there.
I know that used to be an attack in WordPress. WordPress did change something slightly about how they generate tokens, but back in like the Net Wars continuous days when I played, that was how I got on most people's castle, because they changed the password right away. But I'd just be like, you know what? I'm going to generate my own session cookie, because you forget to edit those 4 settings in WP config that it says, don't ever leak these settings because they are sensitive.
That is 1,000% how you would own me, dude. If we would go back to our B-sides days when we did have a couple verses back those days.
Yeah. I mean, that's my favorite type of persistence, is just looking for application secrets and then using those, because people nowadays know to rotate passwords, but they rarely will rotate keys. And if you get access to those keys, it's just long-term access. There's been countless times when like I do a pen test, I say, hey, you should rotate this key, and because we gained access to it. And then go back the next pen test and, oh, you did not do what we said. And we didn't even have to exploit. We just took what we had from the last thing and replayed it. Similar to like if they don't rotate the KOB TGT hash and golden ticket on Active Directory. Hopefully places are rotating that every like 2 weeks, like just on a cron. But if I had a gamble, they probably do not.
I would go in on that same bet.
Oh, we see WP admin shell. It says preparing payload and uploading payload. And it executed. We have execution in Metasploit.
Nice.
But no session was created. So something is wrong, obviously. I wonder if that's like the file size thing. But I don't know. At this point, I would be pointing Metasploit to go through Burp Suite. So like all Metasploit commands support the proxies. And then just looking at the HTTP request to see exactly what the server responded with.
You are watching Shabazz right now, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
What was Ahmed doing? Were you on his screen?
I've been kind of exploring and seeing what he's been up to. He was again doing a little bit more enumeration on WordPress itself. I didn't go for the credentials route, so I was trying to see something else that he might be able to latch onto. Not getting much ground though.
Yeah, it does look like Shabazz found a way into WordPress, unless this is just his own box and he's testing against it. But I would venture he is in the opponent's WordPress box trying to get a reverse shell.
Absolutely.
And probably just on a different monitor right now, Googling. I'm going to look at what Ahmed's doing. Does he have any win to this? It looks like he's looking through the source code to the Flowers application. So if request is post. Oh, wait, is he on? There's an eval command. I think he's actually got RCE on shop.
Ooh.
He was editing a file and put eval. So now he's searching again. Method post. Here we go. If post is search. Let's see, does he have it? ID was not found. What is he?
Eval is going to run some PHP code, not strictly shell commands.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's going to take a little bit more tinkering and finagling to get that right, but it is absolutely doable. You might just be able to pass in a string, run a system function, system command.
And this is why instead of doing like ID, I do like echo ipsec or echo please subscribe, because echo please subscribe will work in, I believe, Python, PHP, and Bash, right? That's a valid command in all those.
Totally.
So, he's writing this. I don't know why he doesn't write system.
I think he just might get a little bit of that, tunnel vision, the anxiety of a real-time hacking thing, and you just don't think, oh shoot, that needs a system, that needs a function call string. Nah, he's going straight for the system command.
So now he's trying to test it on his own machine.
I hope this helps him realize.
Yeah, I would do, I think, PHP-I or -A to go into like interpreter mode of PHP.
Yep, PHP tag A, I would do the same.
So it looks like he is just testing it, and boom, unexpected end of file. He did not close out the PHP tag. I didn't know you actually had to do that.
That is odd. Normally, I guess for pre-processed documents, you don't?
I've seen, yeah, maybe. I've seen a lot of things that just leave it open and don't close it. I know I've seen that in websites.
Absolutely.
But maybe it's because they're chaining documents and eventually there's a close tag. Like maybe header leaves it open, but that seems horrible to me.
Yeah, agreed.
You want to know when you're in a PHP thing.
Yeah, I want it closed. I like the very explicit, the front tag uses the whole PHP syntax, like the less than symbol question mark PHP.
Yeah, so. Like if he just did like file _ get _ contents and then the flag, he may get the flag on the system. But again, he's just trying the shell commands when he's in evaluation mode, which is PHP commands. It's tough. These are these small things that everyone has trouble with, but write-ups obviously don't show those types of mistakes. So you just think people don't make the same mistakes as you. But it's a lot like a question. If you have a question about something, you should ask it because there's a guarantee other people have that same question, right?
Yes, without a doubt.
If you make a mistake, other people are going to have made the same mistake as you.
I was chatting, and I don't know if this is a conversation for this year or not, but the Scope Security podcast with Mike.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was just
I
on
was
that.
just we just did the recording for him and I, and he said like, yeah, I just had a conversation with IPSEC, and it was like we were talking about that very same, like, the way you and I showcase and train in our videos in education is by like purposefully driving into our own rabbit holes and crashing into the wall so that we can dig our way out of it and see that, oops, we got something wrong. Now let's debug, troubleshoot, and work our way out.
Yeah.
I dig it. A lot of value in that because, again, those are the things that people might run into. And if they have that question, someone else is going to.
And right now, we just have both players with 300 availability points, no flag submissions. So we may have a sudden death game going on.
We've got... He looks like he's running an exec statement this time. Just Ahmed is getting some PHP syntax in there. Whether or not it gets the callback, we're waiting to start up the Netcat listener.
Wait, he has an alias, I'm guessing?
Yep, that totally looked like an alias.
There
it is.
He's got it.
Yes. Oh, fantastic.
I was like, wait, he just typed listen and it worked. Is this Navi? Are we playing Zelda or something? Hey, listen.
Oh, I would say that's a niche joke, but I have to think more than half the audience knows that reference.
Oh. And he has submitted, so right now just Ahmed will be the winner. Unless Chabuz can get 2 flags, because it defaults to first flag submission if they tie. So we will not go in sudden death if Chibuz gets a flag. He would have to get 2 flags, or kick him off and submit 2. But at this point, I think it needs the root flag. And we're going to get to see, will he do what Enox couldn't? He has a shell as Cupid as well. Both these players do. So different exploitation vectors. Enox did WordPress. Just Ahmed did flowers, and they both got to this Cupid user. So I'm not exactly sure what he's looking at. I'm going to go over to Chabuz's screen to see if he's on the IR or he's just going full speed attack. He's still going full speed attack, going into Metasploit, trying to get this. I would have to think he has authentication because Metasploit is saying it authenticated with WordPress, but something's wrong with that shell. Not sure exactly what is wrong, obviously, but at this point, either send it to Burp Suite or... Oh, wait, he said GG. I think he threw in the towel. So, yeah, I would either throw it into Burp Suite so you can see error messages or just try doing it manually. We know it worked manually because that's what Enox did. And we see in Metasploit, now that I'm reading it, it was still set to admin. So.
Wow. What a game.
Yep.
Good win.
Do we want to take a 5-minute quick break before the next one, before we get on and talk some more?
If you are totally cool with that, I'd be happy to, hey, just stretch the legs for a little bit, you know?
Yep.
Camera has decided to bail out just as well, so give that a break.
We can go to a small break and we can be ready. Now we have all of our new people. We have now who? Just Ahmed versus Freddy and My Donut versus Enos. So we'll see who will win.
So we're just now getting back. You can look at what my screen looks like. I put my 3 monitors up on the stream. So you can see like my OBS, that's in the bottom left, the Twitch chat in the top left, and then to the right of that, there's a putty window, which is just SSH'd into a box where I can view various games. Then you have the Discord where I can switch screens. And then to the right is a giant Google Hangout window where I get the webcam feed from John and Roadrunner. So there is a lot going on that and so much to pay attention to. So we are now still just waiting for John to get back. He had to replace the battery in his webcam. So hopefully he has a spare. We'll see exactly what goes on. I think he actually uses like a DSLR camera or something that he hooks up to his computer to do webcams. That's why he is always so clear and crisp. We can verify that with him once he gets back.
He's a pro.
Yes. So I'm going to put Roadrunner back on the screen and we can chat about the brackets.
Yes. Hello all again. To be honest, I'm very excited for this tournament. I don't know, it's the theme. It is, it's very exciting and it's very nice to have, all these people that really love Battlegrounds. Now we have Freddy versus Just Ahmed and My Donut versus Real Inox. 100%, I cannot predict who is going to go to the finals. Dark Archer did the funniest comment ever. Oh my God, I'm going to go on a date with two of those people. But it's a hiking date. To discuss about Battlegrounds, the tournaments, how it could work, how we could make it even better, etc. And the guys are also resting. They are very, hyped and it's kind of brutal, this tournament, because it's very intense. Although it's just 20 minutes per round, it's overwhelming because you have to patch and hack at the same time. Plus, all rounds are 20 seconds, but the final round will be 30 seconds because also the machine will be more difficult.
Minutes, not seconds.
Yeah.
Minutes. That'd be intense.
Not that intense, yes, of course. Nothing that is good can last so little time. But yeah, so I'm very happy about it. And I think it's one of the most successful tournaments ever. We have many more viewers than before. I don't know if it's about everyone's hyped about the Raven swag that we are giving out to the people that are in the stream. I'm not sure if it is the thing. But it worked. And also it just came in our headquarters. The Hack the Box pins, they are happening and it just came. So I added another Hack the Box logo, like I didn't have my cell phone in the background. So yes, I think they look cool. Everyone can comment them and say on the chat what they think about it. And I think that's it for me. And I think we should do an all-star Battleground game. IPSEC versus John Hammond and Stock versus Network Chuck and Stock versus Nahamsek, like the two bug bounties. Who is going to win? And you versus John, who from those awesome video content creators is going to win? And two about web, like maybe Pawn Function versus Live Overflow. Yeah, these are all in my head. I'm sure they will not happen, but if they did, it would be kind of amazing. Everyone loved our hacking party. John, you were part of it. You're always so kind and you created such cool content. So you were part of the Cyber Santa CTF. And anyone that wants to check out it's on our YouTube channel and we're solving live challenges from CTF and all your favorite hacking gurus with John, Stock, our amazing CoXDF David, Nahamsek, Pink Dragonian, Superhero, Pawn Function. Not sure if I miss anyone. So everyone was there. So make sure to check it out as well. And play Battlegrounds, guys. After the tournament, all the machines from Battlegrounds will go straight to to the stream mode. So you can, where it has on the tournament, where it says practice battles, you can actually go and play them. The same battles that the guys played today. Hope also we have more diverse community next time, because we have the same players. So anyone that wants to submit to play Battlegrounds, please ping me. But of course, thank you very much for everyone that is always coming here. I believe we make because you are all always win and you have so many things to win. It's like we are creating your wardrobe, your training from now on. You don't even will. Okay, in 3 months I will play the tournament. I will win. I will get money for there. It's okay. So that is for me. So what about you, John?
I'm super sorry. I know I was away for a little bit, and
No.
I totally missed the prompt. What are we chatting about?
You're chatting about the general till to get a breather to the players, because it's very, very intense. I can even go ping them now if they are ready to join.
If you want to ping them, me and John can talk about the brackets, talk about each player's journey so far today. We are now in the semifinals as I put the brackets up on screen. And I don't want to jinx it right now, but I think this is the first tournament where I haven't accidentally left the stream muted.
So far, yeah, we've been okay on audio.
So, but
my computer crashed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Roadrunner had her flop. So
thankfully mine did not. Mine does, then bad things happen. But we have the semifinals of Just Ahmed versus Freddy and My Donut versus Enox. I think I want to see My Donut and Enox just because they're two huge players that I know. Both Eddie and Just Ahmed are also good, but My Donut's won a few Battlegrounds before, and I think this is one of the few times where we've actually watched every player so far in this tournament get to the semifinals, right?
Totally.
We saw Just Ahmed beat out Chebaz. He also took out the Pi user. Freddy, we saw him beat Soup, but then he took out Hojan afterwards. My Donut beat out his partner Sysmex, and then went on to take out Legacy, and now he's in the semifinals. And Enox took out his partner Koran, which I think it was his partner 2 Battlegrounds ago. There's so many player names to try to keep straight. And then took out Fancy Kitten, and now he's against My Donut. And I also want to see his hardened script work, so I'm probably going to watch his screen as soon as the game starts, because I don't think My Donut has something of that equivalent.
I would agree, and I'm super excited for it.
So let's see. I'm going to make sure I get the next screen correct. Take that off, put that on. There we go. So now we're just waiting on the game to start. And it may be soon. Sooner than I thought. Let's see. Type his name.
Balancing 3 monitors. Still never enough.
I've been thinking of getting a TV to put above my 3 monitors so I have a dashboard.
Yeah, when you stack the 3 wide and then put another one on top in the center, then you're just all right, this is a real battle station now. If it wasn't already, now we've gone even overboard.
Yeah. The other thing is is that too much light now coming at me?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm wearing glasses all the time, right? So you can always see the reflection of whatever I'm looking at in the screen. The white light on a seeing people's web browser.
So we are now waiting for the game to start.
So who do you win? Who do you think? Who do you think is going to make their way into the finals? Is it okay for us to kind of make those bets, make that call?
I would say my guess is going to be My Donut, just because he's a previous winner. Nothing else.
Who's he going to be pitted against?
Probably
the game getting started.
Freddy. Yeah, the game just started. and it looks like it's a wedding thing. And right off the bat, who am I? I'm on Enox's screen, and I didn't even see the harden, but he saw a view parameter in PHP, and he immediately went for some LFI.
Yeah, right to local file inclusion, checking out to see where.
So he's in his own box, just doing some quick hardening, looking at now exactly what that view parameter is. So it is an include, so he can get actual code execution through this. I think he could also do a PHP. Let's see, what is that? Come on, PHP view. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, he's got
the view source in the middle. But it is include. I don't know if it's at the very beginning of the include statement. If it was, then he would be able to like view the source of scripts as well as the flag. But we're now just waiting for him. He's grepping root, so he's catting out Etsy past WD and then grep for root. This may be like a app armor thing or some type of jail preventing it. At this point, I would probably do the PHP wrapper to try to get the source code of index.php. I also don't know the source code of this app because it could be appending .php to everything, right? That's super common.
What the heck?
He's in some weird funky thing that he created.
I was going to say a little service like you're in a jail now. What? That was weird. Oh, is that just a little tiny honeypot?
Oh, maybe.
It's maybe.
Oh, no, it's probably listing on port leet. So he just connected and it's running jail. Yep. So just a random netcat service. So
this must be vulnerable somewhere along the way.
Is this Python 2 and doing inputs?
Oh, it has a try exec command.
Oh.
So that it, but does have bad commands included in here as part of a blacklist. Absolutely can still break out of that Python jail. Without a doubt. You climb the MRO, get some damage done.
System is not defined.
Is it looking for an in for bad commands? Because it's the __ import. You could do that.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's exactly what it is.
If no word in command. Okay, so it isn't in, so that import would not work just as well. However, you can concatenate a lot of these strings because exec is still going to take eval. Oh, that would be a fun challenge to play with.
It's tough to do it in 20 minutes, right?
Absolutely.
So he's trying who am I, not define.
The exec was coming through. So exec will let him just use strings, and now you can concatenate whatever you want.
Yeah.
I dig it. I would totally be wrapped up in this one, and I'd want to tinker with that and go forget the LFI. I wonder what's going wrong with that local file inclusion. In his curl commands, I see a couple more backslashes that don't need to be in his URL, and I can't tell if that's ruining things.
So now he's doing the Google without OS module. So this will be that __ thing you talked about.
Cool.
And neither player has a flag. I'm going to hop over to Donut Screen real quick to see what he's doing, and we'll hop back. He's still playing with the website. He's on port 5000. It's a different website for him. And did he just get code execution? He's going to listen on netcat. Did we just catch this in time? Send it. He's trying. He's putting a lot of bad characters in this URL. I'd be sending it to Burp Suite, which I think he is doing. Did he? So he un-URL encode it. Now he's going to re-URL encode it. Send it. Did he get a shell? Both these players are so close to getting shells, doing it in different ways, it looks like.
Enox is now trying to use that Python jail to write an SSH key.
Meanwhile, we have my donut trying to like inject sleeps to make sure it's command injection vulnerable. So both players just enumerating the vulnerability. Hopping back over to Enox's screen, we can see, is he back at the view thing? Did he go?
No, so he's still playing with this Python jail. He is trying to write that authorized keys file for SSH, but he doesn't have the .ssh directory created for him. So he needs to use an os.makedir, but going to be a pain to try and import that.
Let's see.
These guys are running Again, you can see that typing speed. Hey, you know you've got a lead. You know you're leading up to something. It's just a matter of being able to crank it out.
Yeah, is Enox's shell right now in his opponent with it, or is he in his own machine playing with it?
I believe his own. I guess I'm not positive. Try and sys.centered.out.right. We'll again need to import sys. Because you can't use print, stuff is going to get a little bit harder to get that output.
Is print one of the no-no words?
Print is one of the no-no words.
I love that word variable name for bad word filter. Oh, he's trying it with different casing.
Oh.
Python is case sensitive, I believe. He's now going to... I don't think this works.
No, that won't.
Yeah, not callable. I wonder if you could do like eval C.
Yes, if you wrap it into eval, that through exec, I should do it, I think. Oh man, what a fun toy. I like these. I know they're stupid. I know it's just, oh, you're playing with Python, but
it's a lot like your kiosk breakout videos, right?
Sort of, maybe a little bit.
There's so many different ways around. You're just trying to figure out a way to get out of the jail they put you in, right?
Yeah. And again, I like those. I know it's a cheesy hacker escape room, but
it's a good way to put it. Escape room for hackers.
Yeah, so thank you for mentioning the kiosk thing. The idea for that kind of came through a security conference that we were going to kind of for my day job. And it's a lot of the attendees are technical people, but not elite hackers, not slinging code, not beating around and hack the box, dropping 0 days and vulns and stuff like that. Maybe they can click around. They can do the sysadmin stuff on Windows, but they're not going to be cranking out Python code in Linux environments or anything. So I wanted to give them a hands-on game. I want to let them play with something, but I didn't want them to have to write code. So the kiosk was meant to be, hey, here's a keyboard, here's a mouse, and try to see, just based off your persistence and tenacity, like, can you break out of a web browser, hey, locked environment, just a web browser, and do whatever these weird graphical user interface tricks to pop open a command prompt, because then, hey, now you have more access and more control of the computer. So I hope it was fun. I hope it's kind of an approachable thing. At the security conference, it didn't have the best reception that I wanted to, but it was kind of tucked away in the back. And I don't know. I think the videos have been more well received. Obviously, it's a bigger audience, but just a lot of fun to help put that toy environment together. Hacker escape room.
We do have my donut getting a shell on Enox's box through port 5000. He finally got his command execution to work, and now he's, as the Mats user, going to cat that SSH private key so we can grab that as a backdoor back into the box.
Was that through the web attack, web browser? Awesome.
And while we look at him to try to enumerate a way to go through root, I do want to kind of go on to what you said. Like, we do a lot of CTFs, and there's two interesting files. I didn't get to read those, but one of the biggest hangups is just terminology, right? Because we do a lot of like developer-focused CTFs, and the developers have weird issues with like just terminology. Like, they don't really know a good word list to use because they don't use them day to day, and they don't a good word list that's just a bunch of bad strings to fuzz with. And it looks like on this box, the ed binary is a set UID. And you've heard about the, what is it? Vim versus Emacs. Well, Ed has entered the game.
So Ed is another stream editor. It's not a text editor. It is a stream editor, which is awful. And the fact that it's a set UID binary is attractive, but it's owned by the user nobody, which isn't going to give him a whole lot of access.
I did not catch that. Good catch on that. I wonder if that's just one of those things, like a trick to LinPs. If you want to like get people, give it set UID, but make the set UID kind of meaningless.
Yeah.
And then just watch for people executing ed, right? Like, that'd be a good thing. It's a good
honeypot. Reception. Dig it.
So what is
I was curious. The other one that was set UID was the nice command, which is setting for like process priority, I think. or process niceness. I don't know if you can get a whole lot of capabilities with that, but I have to check GTFO bins.
Yeah.
Again, not sure which user that would have been owned by. I think it was nobody again.
That is definitely interesting. Grep exec jail. I'm not exactly sure what he is looking at, but we do have My Donut with 1 flag capture and Enox with 0. Let's see what Enox is up to.
Can you tell if that Python jail is being ran as root? No, it is ran as mats.
Yeah. So he's still trying to find a way out of that jail. He's in that escape room. And let's see. I wonder if My Donut's going to switch to this. I just went back to his screen so we can see exactly how he tries to get his Privesk working. So he's right now just poking at his own castle to find out what processes he wants to jump to.
I think we only had a very brief excerpt or snippet of the Linp's output. Maybe there's more there. I don't know if we just kind of skipped over it.
Let's see. I like him aliasing TCP dump and always running it to just get a packet capture.
That is a great call. Yeah, there's so many of the things you could do in an environment in a game like this that are very clever, and it's sometimes you just don't think about them, but when you do, it's a matter of staging it out so it's ready for you. Like Enox's hardening script, like the listening protocol. Hey, just capture the packet, see if you get anything whack.
I wonder if this is something that My Donut does. We see a cron job with him echoing nothing to all the access logs every minute. I wonder if this is to prevent like the whole LFI chain to get execution. He's now just copying PwnKit over to the box and he's like, you know what? Let's just throw this and see what happens.
Yeah, I saw him using
done.
What was that sudo edit, Baron some edit? Oh, PwnKit got it.
I think. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's getting his persistence. I think. Wow. I think that's what that is.
That's awesome. He clobbered a keyring. He clobbered all the things that are like naturally set UID binaries so we could always get back to them. Genius.
Yeah. So now My Donut doesn't have the default hardening scripts, but he does have the pwning scripts once he gets root to just dig in and force the player to take a 50-point hit in order to revert and get him off the box. I like that.
That is genius.
And now he's just grabbing the Wireshark. He's also running Snoopy, which I've highlighted before in a video of just getting a bunch of process logs. So he's got root. Now he's like, you know what? I'm just going to wait to see what you do.
Well, it sometimes pains to say it, but My Donut is running away with this. He's got, what, a 300-point lead at this point?
Yeah, that root flag.
That's going to keep him sitting pretty for quite some time.
I don't know if it's 300 points. I can't do that math in my head quickly on stream, but it's 167 to 434. I don't know where those like fraction points come. The availability points is odd.
This is very cool to see him digging into Wireshark to see, hey, what traffic has the opponent already sent along?
Yeah. And this is good. He's probably going to see that Enox is focused on that Python application, right? The jail. So that's what he's going to want to focus on hardening it, because Enox has burned 14 minutes so far on that Python jail. He hasn't looked at the web apps outside of the brief LFI look, right? So if he just, again, takes that time, hardens that Python application, he can prevent Enox from getting a shell on his box, because he's already wasted over half the competition on that one vulnerability.
And I will be honest, patching and cleaning up that jail will be extremely easy. Add more to those bad words list, add more no-no commands. And
put underscore really and no-no.
Yeah.
Like if underscores and no-no, it's probably going to be really hard to bypass. And probably B64.
Plus signs for string concatenation.
Yeah. Or it's all plain text. So you could probably just like TCP dump, watch the live stream of commands running through and just mess with his opponent, right?
Oh, totally.
So I'm going to hop over to Enox's screen so we can see what he's doing for this last 5 minutes. He will have to get root to have a chance in this. He's still playing with this.
Where have we gone now? We're looking at a Flask application with sub. Oh, this is the command injection one.
I'm guessing it is, yeah.
Get date with subprocess popen, adding it to the date command. That should be kind of just at first glance, so I could totally be wrong. That should just be as easy as adding a semicolon and building your own command now.
Yes.
I might need to break out of a double quote string there, but...
And I'm trying to think of the command you're supposed to use in subprocess to work, because the subprocess library does have a new way to execute system commands, which is very tough to break out. You give it the binary and then a list of each argument, right? And then, or you could just run shlex, S-H-L-E-X, and that will
Shlex
also
tokenize
break it. But
and you should never, ever, ever use that shell equals true keyword argument.
Yes. So there's a lot of different ways you could go about hurting this one thing.
Ooh, there it is. He sees it. He's got some output.
Yep.
Trying to use the pipe.
And he was just doing it on his own system there. He did not just instantly get root on the system. He was just, again...
testing the proof of concept there.
Built the subprocess command on his box and was trying to find out the way around it. And he used, instead of a semicolon, just a pipe. I think, right?
Yep, he did.
And now we're back in the jail.
What happened? What? Why? Where did we go?
Okay, he's exiting the jail.
He was exiting his own Python prompt. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh, yeah, he was. And brief moment of pause.
I hope there's other activity in another monitor or something, because I know we were getting down to crunch time, and he has a runway.
Yeah, the flag rotations did run, and my donut just got another 300 points, and maybe Enoch's heard that. Like, the stream goes off and sound plays on his box when flags get submitted, and he just realized he has lost this match now. There's no way he can come back.
Yep, that would be the end of it.
So at this point, I would probably be like going back to my box and grabbing that Python file that's the jail, and just so I have it locally and can play with it, because that would drive me crazy not knowing how to solve it.
Yeah, I am right there with you. I kind of want to tinker with that one. Let's make a video. Collab, John Hammond and IPSEC.
Can we break out of jail? Kiosk Part 2, Python.
Nice.
So I think, is he still going to be trying this? Looks like his browser is hung. Maybe it's in the burp window. I've done that so many times.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the pace has definitely slowed down. I think he is, again, thrown in that towel.
Yep. Let's see. I wonder if I can look at the score of the other game, see how much time is left.
I don't see Freddy's stream. I see just Ahmed. I'm taking a peek. He did manage to get the local file inclusion to work. Got the flag for user.
I'm going to be hopping over in that stream. I just pulled up their points.
Also looks like he patched the local file inclusion on his own box. Quick and simple check. Hey, do we have a ... included in the text? Obviously, this is something that could probably pretty well be bypassed. You know, you could do some shenanigans with encoding, double encoding, other magic tricks. But it's better than no other mitigations at all.
Yep, and I have that game up on stream. It is 267 to 300 with just Ahmed in the lead. So
excellent.
It's up to whoever submits a flag still. If no one submits a flag, Ahmed will probably win. I say probably just because availability points, he could lose them suddenly, or he may reset and then take that 50-point hit, which would put him in second place.
So from all that I can see right now, just Ahmed only has local file inclusion as his vector, which will give him user flag, but does not give him command access to even attempt the privesc to get to root. So it looks like he's going to go review that jail Python script and see if there's anything more he could break into. But even on his side, it looks like he's cleaned it up. No, he hasn't. Try exec. He's putting the puzzle pieces together here, though, and might figure out a plan of attack.
There we go. And there is 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. So I wonder if either player has really looked at the websites, or they just both got attracted to this Python jail. I think the Python jail runs on Port Leet, so maybe that's what attracts them. 2 tickets to Metallica. I wonder if that was in the challenge and he just changed up the messages.
Has he not noticed the exec command? Oh, no. Okay, he's highlighting it now.
Items, bad commands. So there's no import OS, and was that pickle? Oh, print. So yeah, how would you go about tackling this, John? I think we talked about it before, but how would you get around not being able to use import?
So I have a horrible, disgusting Python minifier script that I think is even on my GitHub that will take any length Python script, arbitrary length Python script, and then spit it out with an exec command and an eval command appropriately to determine whether or not you're using logic flow or loops. Because normally eval will just let you run regular expressions, not regular expressions as in regex, but as in general expressions and language. And because you can then use strings inside of eval, which will be ran by exec, you can concatenate strings and use like the CHR, fancy thing to cast an ASCII value to its character representation. So you concatenate stinking everything, and then you can normally safely fly under the radar and not worry about, the word import being in your script. So in my mind, the magic trick here is trying to evade those black filters by concatenating casted ASCII values.
That is a good way to go about it. It looks like was trying to get the globals and we can reference them as numbers. But one thing I do like that just Ahmed did, he does have the LFI working that we saw Enox try the very first time. In the web browser, I saw him view Etsy passwd, and then he changed it to the flag. And he didn't submit it, I don't think. He only has one flag submission. But I'm guessing the flag is somewhere in that browser. So on the last second, he can just go grab that flag and submit it to get those points.
Totally.
So he's still just playing with this, trying to get it. And as a reminder, My Donut beat out Enox in the last game. So the finals is going to be whoever wins this game versus My Donut.
I'm going to ask in the general chat, hey, did any players grab that jail.py file? That'd be fun to play with.
So he just ran exec ID. So now he's trying to send the flag over to himself. What is PYS? Is that another alias? Probably Python simple web server or something.
I think so.
Invalid syntax string.
So exec, again, does not recognize an eval straight through a string. You would need to use eval. And again, he's trying regular shell commands. He's going to have to bring this through a Python syntax first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so he'd probably want to do open opt flag.text and then read lines, I think it is.
Yep.
And you can do that on a one-liner and it'd probably work. And he says, right. GG. Oh, Freddie took the lead suddenly and got root.
What? Oh. Oh. If only we could watch that game.
Yeah.
His perspective.
Freddie was not streaming, so we'll have to make sure he does that for the finals.
I was going to say, normally we do a slap on the wrist, but I think for the semifinals, we'll allow it.
So let's go on another 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to talk about what's happening next.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Well,
We did speak too soon.
yes.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh,
Sorry, everyone. We were so close. We almost made it to the very end.
yeah.
Without. Yeah.
Let me message the Twitch chat.
All right. Well, what the heck were we talking about?
So we were talking about like how many shirts you had on, and you put 18 shirts on your live stream because you got to. Every time you got a donation, you put on a shirt. We were just kind of
Yeah.
chit-chatting about like what we've been up to in 2022.
Yeah, I was saying, hey, I've been trying to play with getting back into live streaming because I'm notoriously bad at like sitting down to record content that feels a little bit more packaged and bundles up. And sometimes I feel like it's nicer to just, hey, do a extremely casual, even more so than my already videos where it's just to hang out and hopefully getting into some tech. But having the live chat of people and audience and participants really is extremely distracting and offers a lot of interaction and sort of gamifying the experience, right? So in a extremely selfish money grab, I thought, you know what, hey, maybe it'd be fun to make a little game, some comedic human suffering for me to anytime someone donated, I'll put an extra shirt on as a gimmick. If anyone tuned into that stream, I put on 18 t-shirts all at one time. And what have you been up to, my friend?
Yeah, for me, I wanted to create like proper machines. We talked about it before. I create like 2 machines a month right now for UHC. Most of the time it's 2. Sometimes someone will help out. I know the Cyber Geek had created a machine, but like doing it the proper way. So instead of just like hand jamming PHP files, actually using a legitimate like framework. So I learned Laravel last week. The other thing I've been focused on is like making sure like a blog posts are technical and challenging yourself to write better ones that people like share around. So I did an interview with Chuck, I forget his last name, Wolfson, I think.
Nice.
I saw him on LinkedIn. He was talking about how he went from the military to a pen testing job through Synac, which was really cool. Another post I did was like my thought process behind creating the box delivery, like to give people like an idea of what you think about when you're creating boxes and what you learn, what takeaways should be there. And then we did a fun one on PwnKit. Clubby had wrote a post on PwnKit, and there was an interesting fact I learned about like him writing it. Not sure if you know this, but the vulnerability was actually posted 13 years ago.
Yeah.
In 2013, someone posted the vulnerability, but said he didn't know how to like have an exploit chain to actually exploit it, which I thought was really interesting. That if you look at the issues, there was an issue. There's a blog post around exploiting it, but I was like, well, this is as far as we can take it because we don't know how to weaponize it.
Was his post, and I remember seeing it, but I don't remember, was it strictly and specifically Polkit, or was it just the, hey, taking advantage of an argv0?
It was taking
array?
advantage of argv0, but he actually called out PwnKit, PK exec.
Wow.
Because he's like, this PK exec thing, you could exploit it potentially, and it's set UID on every box. Or I think it's set UID, yeah. Mm-hmm. But he didn't know how to actually weaponize it. He
was missing the like one of the error handling things that it's called. I thought like GK something or error.
Yeah,
but I remember like that helps trigger it. The PwnKit vulnerability is wild because it's such a silly, cheesy thing. And I don't know. I wrote a wrapper in Bash to end up calling the C code because you need the shared library object like the C code binary. But just a funny phone. And Sizzy just used it to Privesk.
Yeah,
someone did.
Can you imagine being that person? Like finding that a big vulnerability like that, posting about it, being like, I don't know how to chain this. And then 13 years later, be like, oh God.
Yeah. And I know that, I guess Qualys was the one that kind of made a big stink of it, but they'd already done so many with Saren, the Baron Semedit with the sudo stuff, sudo edit, all these decade-old Linux command line tools that are fundamental to what we use on Linux.
So we're waiting on the game to be started. It should be started any minute now. They're in the lobby.
Cool.
So, and the other post we just did was like, it's okay to use write-ups because for some reason there's like a
Yes.
stigma around using write-ups. And I kind of get like half of it of like, it technically spoils the box. So you can't ever, like, once you read the box, you can no longer do it blind. But I don't really agree with that's an issue.
I'm really, really glad that you guys got up on the podium and kind of shared your input on that, because I have said a lot in webinars, podcasts, just events and stuff that are like, I think it's totally cool to peek at the write up. Just, hey, take a sneak peek at the spot that you were stuck at because you've been banging your head against the wall for like 8 hours, but only that part, so you can make progress and learn something new, because it might have been something you never would have thought of or even seen before or know of the technology. I don't think it's too bad to leave the training wheels on for a little bit. So I'm happy you guys did that.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, it goes along the lines of like using Metasploit again. Like, if there's resources out, use it because other people are going to use it. And if you handicap yourself, you're just letting them have that huge advantage on you, right?
Absolutely.
And I mean, if you look at the security industry 4 years ago versus today, like GTFO bins and all those things didn't exist at all. Like, it changes so rapidly. There's always going to be new things to learn, right? So why waste time so much on the old? But the game has now started. So we are in the finals between Freddy and My Donut. And unfortunately, I don't think Freddy can stream. So we'll be focused on My Donut screen this time.
Well, that's all right. Still a cool perspective. Now, I gotta say, I'll admit, I'll be honest here, I'm kind of rooting for Freddy. Like, hey, My Donuts ran away with it before. He's an incredible player. He has won at Hack the Box Battlegrounds in the past. Have we seen Freddy play before?
We have not. And
so I think it would be quite an upset,
It would be an upset. And also, like, the main reason he can't is just like, he doesn't have, I think, a good enough computer or laptop. I think he's playing off of a low-end laptop, so that's why he can't stream. So, like,
yeah, man, the guy's in the library on like a public computer. Who knows? I don't know. Cheesing.
So I see a K3S server. Is that Kubernetes? Container D K3S server.
I might be wrong, but I think it might be.
And Apache. So it looks like we're dealing with a Kubernetes. Oh, Pro FTP. I wonder.
Yeah.
I would disable anonymous access right away from that.
Absolutely.
And this is a 30-minute game, so...
did you catch the version on that Pro FTPD instance?
I did not. I don't think it had it. I want to say it was at least version 3. If it, like...
Okay, cool.
It would shock me for it to be that old, because that's like
I agree.
a decade-old vulnerability, right?
Yeah, I was alluding to the 1.35 where you use like the mod copy trick with a web server, which is a very, in my mind, well known and sticks out like a sore thumb. I would not expect that for the finals here, but whenever I see Pro FTPD, I'm like laser focused on that version number.
So we have right away him looking at the Kubernetes keys. Right now,
it is 1.3.5. What?
It is? Oh. What?
So is there a web server running?
There is a web server running. There was Apache.
No way.
So he should be able to chain a file right here, right?
He should. Granted, again, in that theoretical hopeful space that is the exploit. And now he's Googling that right away.
Yep. Let's see, how old is this? 5 years.
Pays to listen to the shoutcasters, huh? I don't know.
Well, this is so fast. The game is only, it's been 90 seconds at least. It's been 3 minutes, so there's a possibility. But, yeah, let's see if this is actually going to be it. I'm going to laugh if the creator did something funny, like just change the banner of Pro FTP.
Oh, totally. And I mean, that's very, very valid in a realistic scenario, because I'm almost taken back that it is allegedly something that old and that well known.
So exploit failed. So he was supposed to be able to read that file, right?
So it would be able to potentially write, and it takes some, like, if you literally netcat to port 21 and try to write like the raw commands mod copy. Ooh, belay my last.
Backdoor. He's got it.
Hey, I feel like I contributed here today.
So now he's trying to figure out exactly what shell this dropped. What is the parameter? It's just CMD, and he gets that. He has admin on this box. So this could be a weird battle of like complete hardening, right?
Yeah.
Freddy has not submitted anything yet, so
We will start the race like that. Goodness.
and
I love the auto hotkeys that he's got set up, or somebody to just fill in, hey, I need a curl. Hey, I need a netcat reverse shell.
yeah.
I need persistence. Done.
And now he's trying PwnKit again. So we'll see if PwnKit does do this one.
Dang.
Did it?
It did. Root prompt already. What is that? 2 minutes into the game? Rooted?
Yeah, this is gonna be a
Wow.
tough one to harden. So at his point, he's gonna have
Are we
to
sure
do.
this is the finals, guys?
I'm having that same thought. Like, you really gotta harden that FTP server quickly, I guess, is the takeaway.
Absolutely.
I wonder what the other avenues are. He should probably be looking at them because I'm assuming Freddy's only going to try to fix that.
If Freddy is listening in, he knows the entire pathway that we've just carved out together.
Yes.
So maybe we're going to have to spend some more time and love on that Kubernetes entry point for the next 25 minutes. But now it's going to be a game of tug of war.
Ooh, and it looks like Freddy is also losing points.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see if rooting for the underdog is a good thing, John.
Ooh, yeah, man. Maybe I shouldn't have kissed and told in that one with like pro FTPD and all of that.
Let's see. There's a home admin SMB credentials. I wonder if that's something he put in the script. He's looking at Snoopy output right now. So I think he's looking at his own box to try to keep Freddy off. So now this is going to be a defending game for my donut as Freddy goes and attacks him.
Excellent. Hey, Twitch chat, if you're listening in, I want to hear your perspectives. You guys get a little bit quiet during the games because it's way too intense seeing everything that everyone's doing. Hackers are moving quick here, but chime in the chat. What do you think of this first, 7 minutes into the finals and we're already rooted?
Yeah, now he's looking at the healing script to see exactly what's going on. We can see it's checking things like Kubernetes pods and things like that. So again, just trying to bury his way in. And I think Freddy at this point has to reset his box.
It's looking that way. Very unhealthy.
And once you reset, I think you have 2 minutes of IP tables blocking the other person. So he has time to go and harden it and change that pro FTPD. What would you do?
That is going to be frantic.
Do you know how to fix that quickly, or would you just remove it and take the availability hit?
So the issue with that is the mod copy plugin, I believe, which is a default thing, and I don't know the in-depth idiosyncrasies to how you would try to disable that or mitigate it in one way, but there'd have to be something specific to what can I do with mod copy to disable that silly trick you could do.
So there are a few things I would probably do. I would probably just put a SE Linux policy on it and prevent any file writes from FTP.
Nice.
I could also change it to like the nobody user and make sure it's not like a privileged user, so it can't just write to that web directory or harden the web directory's permission so no one can write to it.
Totally.
Trying to think other things we could do with that. App Armor is another thing that comes to mind because that does prevent like MySQL and Apache by default. Could just go download the updated Pro FTP binary and drop it on the box.
Totally.
So there's a lot of creative ways you could go around this, right?
I would have a fear and anxiety of breaking something awful if I were to try and update that Pro FTPD binary itself. I would be worried about the service points. I'd be worried about the availability. I would definitely get something wrong.
So how I would honestly do it, I'm assuming it's installed through apt. I didn't see exactly the location, but I would tunnel SSH and reverse proxy back to my box. Nice. And then set up APT, the package manager, to go through that reverse proxy and just do an apt upgrade.
Genius.
It would also take out the PwnKit vulnerability, right?
So I have to ask, do you do that often? Because always feel like, wow, it's such a wild thing where you can like force internet connectivity into this enclave box for our game. But I mean, it's
Any attack
valid.
and defend, yes.
Absolutely. Dirty.
Updates will very rarely break any checking script, right? Like,
True.
I've done it even for like Windows updates before to get those patched, because there's so many just vulnerabilities I don't really want to take account for. Like, I know how like disable SMB v2 to break, or is it v1, whatever, to break Eternal Blue, right? But there's been like so many other just privesks, right? It may not be unauth, no one to root on the system, but just patching like Eternal Blue leaves you vulnerable to other things that are normally exploitable when someone gets on the system. So I'd rather just like disable it and also have an update running in the background, because Windows takes freaking forever to update.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But no reason not to.
Man, seeing all this stuff, especially as we get into the final matches, as we get into these games, it's honestly just kind of motivating in my mind, because like I love seeing this in action. I love seeing all the prep. I love seeing their auto run scripts, stuff that they've got like, hey, already staged and built out to pwn once you get that access. This is just too cool. It's just too fun. It is hacking as a sport, as a game.
So now we have him doing the kubectl to get pods. I think I was saying it before we noticed the Pro FTP was actually 135, is a vulnerability. The last Battlegrounds tournament was the session for Kubernetes. You could see was old, and the session didn't change. So you just take your secret keys that you have on your box and you could replay them against your attacker's box and spin up a pod. So,
which is wild.
Yes. So I wonder if that's what
he's
he's trying to do now.
I don't mean to be a complete shill, but Carlos Polup and I spent some time together to record a video, and we're releasing on Monday about a very, very cool new utility and tool that he's put out for Kubernetes-like stuff, or cloud-like stuff. That's a sort of an equivalent LinPs or WinPs for this. He told me he has some trauma and PTSD from the last Hack the Box Battlegrounds, doing and seeing this in front of him and being like, wow, we need to try and automate how we could take advantage of Kubernetes environments like this, because there's no tool for it. There's no LinPs, there's no WinPs for this. And hey, there he goes, trying to solve that problem.
Yeah, there is a tool for that, right? That's for, I think, Kubernetes in specific. It's called Pirate by Guardians. They have a CTF challenge that goes through a lot of misconfigurations, noted bust a cube.
Wow.
So.
Okay, cool. That's learning for me. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think I've covered it in 1 or 2 videos. But still just looking at exactly what my donut is doing. Let's see. I think he's getting a shell back on the box. We didn't have Freddy reset, but the flags have not rotated yet. So I wonder if he just is trying to patch his box. Is 102 him or the opponent? Let's see, 102. It's himself. So now he's trying to just verify he can't exploit himself the same way he exploited Freddy, which is definitely something he should be doing.
Gotcha.
And back to the LinPs thing. You know what threw me off?
What's
Carlos updating it and no longer being the privileged escalation script awesome suite and just being P's NG for, I think, next generation, right?
Oh.
Have you not noticed that?
Has it added like a new rendition, or?
It's completely different now. So you don't just clone the library and run it. Like, I made the mistake of, in a video, I was recording it live and I just did like a git pull and tried to find linps.sh. Doesn't exist.
What the heck?
If you want linps.sh, you can download it from the releases. but the actual library itself is now a Python script that you can command it to build a linpiece. So you run the Python script and it will either generate a full linpiece, or you can just say run these things out of linpiece. I haven't looked at the Windows version to see if it replicated the same way, but I assume it did.
I had probably always just been running like, the one copy that I had like saved to my disk of like the .sh script.
Yeah.
And it would just spray that when needed. But I had not seen this latest stuff. This is like December 19th, 2021. Wow.
Yeah, I think it was like last month. I was like, you know what? It's been a while since I did git pull. It's probably because of PwnKit, right? Like a major vulnerability I wanted to update. And I was like, oh God, where's linpiece.sh?
Oh God.
So, but you can go to the releases and still download it. And I kind of like that change.
Yeah. I mean, this gives you a lot more flexibility, do a little bit more fine-tuned stuff. And I've always felt, go ahead.
Oh, no, go on.
I've always felt weird and a little gross, maybe, or just skitty in using like a bash script, right? Because it's not like cool. You're not writing some kernel driver, you're not doing C, and you're not writing Golang or whatever for your offensive tooling. But like, dude, the bash script runs on practically every Windows box, like, or excuse me, Linux box.
Yeah, you're living off the land.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with it if it's like gross grep and cut and tail, because you're still getting the stuff that you need.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing worse than like doing Python and being like, oh, wow, this didn't work because I'm on Python 3.8, not 3.7, right?
Oh, yeah, you're totally, you're on the money on that.
I remember me and you, we were doing a CTF together. I think it was like the Red Team Village one, maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a Net Wars where like I was trying to use, was it Catan? It was PwnKat, I think.
Yep.
And I had a different Python version than you did, and PwnKat was broken on my machine.
And that's like the worst, most embarrassing thing, as especially like a contributor and like builder of the project. You're like, no, it's supposed to work on your machine.
I run it all the time. I just get pull and run. What are you doing? Oh, I'm on Ubuntu 18. You're 20. Oh crap, they changed the version or something. So just those things do break. And like,
all right, my donut is looking at the Wireshark traffic, right? And we saw some site CPFR and CP2, so we saw the ProFTPD exploit in action. I don't know if Freddy's on the box, though. We don't have his perspective just yet.
We have CryptoCat in the chat talking about the linpiece thing, saying he doesn't like that change to it because he has a script that just auto updates all the repos. So I'm guessing he kind of does what I do and just clones all my GitHub stuff into /opt, and then periodically just has like a find command that looks for the .git directory, goes into it, and does a git pull to update.
Yeah.
Don't want to spoil too much. I don't know. Can I be heard in the stream?
Yes.
Perfect. So actually, since you're discussing so much about linpiece, we are going to have at our next NEA, Carlos from linpiece. Our next NEA will be with him, and you can actually, guys, ask all these things by yourself. It's going to happen next Friday. We will announce it, I believe, soon next week. So all these questions can be answered.
Awesome. I'm super happy about that.
A very exciting NEA.
I told him, like, dude, I'm a fanboy. Like, all the work that he does is phenomenal. Hacktrix is incredible. LinPeas and WinPeas have changed the whole landscape. He is one influential fellow. So.
And again, Hacktrix and LinPeas didn't exist like 3-4 years ago.
Right. And now it's the go-to. It is literally the go-to.
So we do have My Donut submitting the new flags. It is now 900 to 150. And
10 minutes left in the game.
Yep, 12 minutes.
Goodness.
So how would you patch PwnKit in this?
That one, I would probably have to do the same rendition that you had mentioned of, hey, do I need to pipe internet into this thing or just give it the better binary? Maybe funnel it, get it ready in some Docker container, because I'd feel like I'd have to patch pkexec on its own.
I probably would just like remove the set UID permission right away. Like I want to patch it, but
yes.
like the very first thing is just remove the set UID permission.
Yes, you're totally right. I'm embarrassed. I didn't even think of that. That is the mitigation that everyone has said. Like,
yeah,
you don't need it. You don't need the set UID bit. I mean, definitely not for a 30-minute hacking competition.
Yeah, if you're actually using policy kit, you'd probably need it because there's a reason it does things as root. But if you're not using policy kit, then just take it away.
Rip it out.
So that'd probably be my first bet. And maybe that's something to add to, like, if I was Enox and I had like a hacking battle script, hardening script that I ran, I may just do that by default, right?
Change the set UID bit as to nobody.
Yeah. And then just go on. Or like replace the pkexec binary with the troll thing. So you try to run it, it gives you a root prompt, but really it's just echoing out something.
it echoes just the octothorpe or the hashtag.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? I
thought it worked. Why does it say I'm still user?
That's so funny.
Those are definitely my favorite things to do.
I would rage quit. I would be livid.
Well, I think I did it to you once. I don't know if you ever did it, but like I know your PwnCat uses like base64 all the time, so I replaced the base64 with a different library. So
yeah, you told me you had some tricks up your sleeve for the normal and natural PwnCat activity. You were latching onto that and being like, "No, I can do some cyber deception with this."
Yeah, my favorite is the one thing I did. I think I showed it in streams. Is I have a Rickroll at like shell script that just does a Rickroll like ASCII animation. Nice. And I replace like import like PTY with it. So if anyone tries that PTY shell, they just get Rickrolled in the terminal.
Nice. That's awesome.
Do you have any like cyber deception things that you're a huge fan of?
So I chat. I'm sure you know John Strand, right?
Yeah.
He has some super cool, fantastic stuff in that space, and just a cool collection of things that do it right and do it well. A lot of the silly port shenanigans, hey, making it look like every single port is available, and it's just completely overwhelming if you were to do an Nmap scan. You've told me, hey, some magic port bending techniques, which isn't maybe as strictly cyber deception, but a cool another dirty trick that's fun. And we keep that one held close. What else is there? If I can set up any honeypots, I have fun with them. Cowrie, just silly SSH things. I don't know.
Well, the cat's out of the bag for the IP bending scripts because we don't really do that type of attack defend anymore. So to spill kind of the secret of what we did, because other people eventually did find out, is
nice.
Once we got root on someone's box, we used IP tables NAT rules to forward the ports back to us. So when the score bot goes and checks the flag, because how these work is there's a score bot tries to like access a page on their castle, and if it sees the flag, it gives you points, right? And your goal is to put your flag on their castle. So what we do is an IP tables NAT command to bend port 80 back to our box. So when the score bot goes to access their box, it gives the score bot our flag because it's really just going to our box. And little known fact is if you do just IP tables -L, it doesn't show you NAT rules. You have to specify -T space NAT. So like it just boggled people's minds. Like they're doing IP tables command, can't figure out why. They go back on the file system, cat the file, and it shows their flag, but they access the service and like, what the hell?
It's so wild and awful and evil and dirty. But I love it so much.
So that's like my favorite trick to do in those type of events.
As it should be. That's incredible.
The other thing we had playing around is a kernel driver that hooks the like sys standard out and will just rewrite the flags in real time.
That's a Reptar, is that right? Or
Reptile. It does that kind of for like reverse shells. Just having a custom one do it for just flags. So anytime it saw the string on something we were hooking, it would just replace it.
We would do that after we learned a little bit about your reptile techniques. We would do that for like King of the Hill games.
Yeah.
And it was like this holy hand grenade. We're like, yeah, you try to read king.txt, it will always tell you it's John.
So we still have My Donut looking into Rancher. Freddie did revert his box, so he took a 50-point hit, but it is now 200 to 1,000 right now. So it's going to be tough for Freddie to come back in this because there's only like 5.5 minutes left.
Well, My Donut will take that trophy for the second time in a row.
And someone's in chat's talking about Sam Pretty, SAMPRITI. Is that the like I Love Sam guy who like goes underground for like years and then comes out with something crazy? Who is
Yeah, I'll be completely honest and admit my ignorance. I'm naive. Who is that? I need to get learned up on who that might be.
I think it's the Sammy guy, right? I don't know. There's so many people, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah. We have a thing happening kind of again at $ Day Job for trying to get other cool people in the industry coming together to do some shows, do some talks, do some presentations, more education, more messaging. They said, like, John, can you like make a list of all these cool, great people in information security? And I'm like scrolling through like my Twitter to like, there's so many.
That's such a dangerous ask too.
I know.
Because like it's impossible to include everyone.
Yeah.
And you always get like someone's always going to complain. Like there's like the book of the Tribe of Hackers, I think. There's a few of them like that just like it's missing obvious people, but it's like once you get past like 50 people, it's really tough to like make sure you include everyone because like the list could literally be thousands.
Yes. And I agree. It was painful putting together that list. And like, I'm not even like a 10th of the way through this.
Yeah. Like if you think Google Project Zero, you probably think of like Tavis Ormandy is the first name that comes to mind, but there's so many good people there. Like, he's just the one that most people know because he was on, I guess, maybe Twitter the most, but like there's so many talented people in Google Project Zero. I'm always surprised to see how big it actually is, right? Like in my mind, it was just like a few nerds that worked at Google that were super smart, but it's like a plethora of them. There's a lot. It's really cool.
And that's like one specific even role and job. If you try to open that wide open to like, who are the people that do like threat hunting and incident response and digital forensics? Oh, but what about the red teaming side? Oh, what about the people that do pen testing and bug bounty? Like, oh, hang on, what about the guys that are like, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
The trainers, content creators, IPSEC, John, et cetera. It's wild.
I think something like that like would have to be a downloadable ebook where you could just append it constantly. Like you can't print that list out ever because it just changes.
Yeah. An RSS feed of incredible human beings in security.
Yeah. So we are closing the game. It's now 2 minutes left, 1,100 to 200. My Donut's just hurting Postgres now, it looks like.
Well, what a runaway. That was phenomenal to see within, the first minute, the first 90 seconds of the game. I think I even see a little bit of raised eyebrows in the chat for some of the players. Like, that was a surprising attack vector.
Yeah. I wonder when that 135 of Pro FTPD was released. Do you know?
Didn't you say, was that a 5-year-old vulnerability?
Well, the vulnerability was 5 years old. Doesn't mean that was how old the application itself is, right?
Let's go to Uncle Google.
Release date.
LGBT
1.3.5 release notes. Doesn't give me a date.
I think I'm at the same thing. But if you wget that file, you can see how old the file is through exif tool. I do have a shell open. Wget.
Race.
That file was created in 2017. So 5 years.
Wow.
I think I won that race.
You totally did. I was like, crap, I don't have exif tool installed.
So if people are wondering what I just did there, if you do wget by default, it doesn't overwrite the the file modification
Like mod time and creation time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just curl the file, it does, but there is a option to preserve that. I just default to wget because it does it by default. So download the file, then just run exif tool. You can find when it created or when it touched that server. Generally, when release notes are created, they don't get updated that much. So, But yeah, there's 15 seconds left. So I think we're going to probably take a break soon, and then talk with my donut for yet again.
Wow. Well, hey, what an incredible game, guys. What an incredible tournament. Like, hey, what is this? 4 rounds of head-to-head hacking, Valentine's Day love, an incredible performance as everyone, but I'm super excited to chat with the victor, my donut.
Yep.
And actually, if I remember correctly, he and his teammate won the first tournament. Then at the second tournament he won. Then on the third tournament we had from ICC, so he wasn't participating. And then on this tournament again he wins. So if we had a betting system, yeah, but I don't know. I cannot wrap my head around it. He has crazy good skills, and it's amazing that you can see from each tournament the progress. Although that everyone is very good and is accelerating and performing even better at the tournament to tournament. It's also amazing to see someone that is top, how much he changed. That's very nice.
Agreed. A lot of good questions for him when he comes in.
Yep. So I'm going to put the stream on break for 5 minutes, and then we will be back hopefully with my donut for an interview. 1. Live.
And we are back. Oh my God. You must have lost your. You must be deaf now. I'm sorry. I'm very excited. We have the winner and also the second runner-up, of course, Freddie and my donut. Congrats to both of you guys, loyal Hacking Battlegrounds players. My donut, you have won all of the tournaments, except the third one that you weren't invited. So, congrats. And I'm going to show you now your gifts. So one is this chocolate. That is the Hack the Box chocolate, actually. Socks. A Hack the Box candle for our hacking date with Dark Archer. Both of you get it, Freddie and my donut.
Do I get the socks as well?
Yes,
I don't
everything.
believe it. I don't believe it.
And money and everything. I can tell you exactly how much each one gets. The first one gets 1,000 UK pounds, and the second one gets 5,000 UK pounds. HTB
5,000.
jersey.
That's a lot of socks.
Other stuff also. We will have the pins. We will have custom jerseys, the Valentine's box, a silver annual subscription to Academy because we have something coming up. You will know next week. These stickers. So swag money, custom swag for you guys for Valentine's. So did you like the theme that we have this year that was all about heartbreak?
It was good. No, it was
Yeah,
good.
for sure.
And I definitely feel heartbroken at the end of it. So I'm very pleased.
And how much, guys, how much time you have devoted for training for the tournament?
I did try to train a lot. I tried like to train yesterday, but the power went out for like 6 hours, so didn't help. But still able to play a couple of games. And
And what about you, Freddie?
I would be lying if I said I'd done much preparation.
Nice.
Yeah. I really wish I could say something better. Yeah, but we've had the storms here. So the power's gone off 6 times today.
Oh my God.
And I've had technical difficulties, but it's fine. I've got an old laptop now, so I'm sitting in bed, which is apparently is the best place to hack from.
Oh my God. Yes, Panos, our city manager that helps also with Battlegrounds, etc., told me that Freddie might not be able to join. I'm like, oh my God. And now I hear also that you might not had issues. Nice tournament. That went well.
It's a good thing it was today, not tomorrow. Yesterday.
yeah, for sure, I wouldn't have been there.
So, have you kept
Did
track
you like
of
the machines?
how much
sorry.
money you've won, my donut?
A lot.
1,000 UK pounds.
No, I just
Damn.
meant like in the last like 4 months of just tournaments, because you've won UHC, you've won like 3 of these, probably some other
Yeah.
events.
It's good though. You can participate in these and create some boxes or some challenges, and then you're done. The rest of the month you can rest. The same applies to you, Freddie, because 500 pounds is not a few money. It's about like $700 or something. It's not a small
Yeah,
amount.
it's certainly not a small amount.
Yeah.
I've got no complaints.
So did you like the boxes that you played today? Because you played all of them.
Yeah, for sure. They were great. I mean, a bit easy, not gonna lie. I was like really expecting a hard box at the end, but they were just an easy photo. So
Yeah,
I think they're quite challenging when they're patched. That is, at least.
That's true.
So how did you patch Pro FTPD, Donut? What'd you do to?
Oh, yeah.
I just made a Word HTML read only.
Okay.
Easy fix.
Nice. That's smart.
And at the next tournament, what we are planning to do is we were thinking if we will do like a UHC versus top HTTP Battleground players. You, my donut, from which side are you going to do?
That's a good question. I'd probably go in the Battleground because I've done more tournaments there, but
Thank you. Freddie, will you participate as well?
I definitely will.
Okay, that's good. We have 2 booked players from the HTTP side. Good luck, UHC. And we should find also an interesting theme. We're still thinking about it, but we haven't decided something yet. So if you have something in mind, you can bring it up. Are you excited for the hacking date with Dark Archer? Καλά, me, no, but the Dark Archer that he has created Battlegrounds to give you your feedback. That's amazing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
for
So
sure.
we have candles and wine then, is it? Is it a proper date?
Yes.
No way.
And that's why actually the concept is behind that we will have a proper date. And since it is like from home, since COVID, and of course we couldn't fly everyone in their every place. That's why we have also socks to keep you cozy and the candle, and all of us will settle and discuss in a very romantic setup how we can make Battlegrounds better from your side since you're lead players. And now that I said lead, Tassos Dark Archer, because he's that an amazing person, the developer of Battlegrounds and checks and everything, he is giving out to all players of Hack the Box 133.7 lit battles for a week. So now everyone can just play battles all day long for a week. That's cool. Anything else that you would like to ask Ipsec?
Nah, not really.
Donut's like, I've been with him in many calls now at this point. It's
Yeah.
actually be excited to talk to me.
I've got one question. So is Donut ever going to be banned from a tournament just to give the rest of us a chance?
That is interesting. Actually,
I'm throwing the idea out there. Yeah.
you could be co-host.
So we got to do a couple like handicaps for like the hardcore players. Where you have to wear like kitchen gloves or something while you're hacking, so you can't hit the keys on your keyboard.
That would be interesting.
Well, actually, we could be co-host if you would like. The one that it will be maybe the All-Star game that we will have instead of participating in order to give the other All-Stars a chance to be co-host if you're interested with John and Ipsec.
I mean, it's depends. Do you really want to run my like broken English?
It's okay. It's okay. I don't think I speak that good English myself, and I am sure my accent is horrible. They say that about Greeks, and they have made my peace with it. So don't worry, madam. I'm going to carry you out.
I don't know how we
Yeah.
could have an all-star tournament without Donut.
And he will be the host. He's more all-star than all of us.
I do. I think it'd be very enjoyable, actually.
Or he can be, wow, my God, what is he doing? Let me go and fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's all from us, I think, for today. Thank you very much, guys, for joining and participating in these Battlegrounds. We're going to follow up with Dark Archer, Tassos for our hacking date whenever it's comfortable for both. If you mind, where are you located? If you want to share it here. You don't.
No, I'm located in the UK.
Yeah, I am in Canada.
Very far
Wait,
away.
Is Dark
Yeah.
Archer in the UK?
He's Greece, isn't he?
Oh, is he? Oh, that's a shame.
Dark Archer?
Dark Archer is in Greece. Yep.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if I could go and see him and collect my socks in person. That was all.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, your socks are here with me, not Dark Archer. But I will make sure that he will give them to you during the. I don't know. He will kiss the box before we send it out. I don't know. We will think of something for Battlegrounds lag. And that's a wrap. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, thank you for hosting it, and thank you to Dark Archer for creating the challenges. They were really good, and cheers to John and Ip for presenting it.
Yep. Thank you, everyone,
This was
and
a ton
thank
of fun,
you,
guys.
all of our viewers. Do you have any last words,
Thank
John?
you.
Or
No, hey, I just give the usual wrap. Congratulations to all of you guys. Congratulations to all the players. This is a ton of fun. I hope everyone had as much fun as I did, if not more.
yeah. Well,
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We do not take it for granted. We watch our streams. So thank you very much, and hope you love also your hoodies, because 10 of you must have won them, the custom hoodies, Raven and Hack the Box. You get them also, guys, so you will have them. So thank you very much. Bye.